what's up, everyone? Finally home. Finally. Took a week off work. It's great to see you all. Looking a little more gray than normal, huh? Welcome to Normal America show. Host robnoerr on a litany of platforms, as always. Especially sorry to my Rumble and Twitch audiences, which I've streamed a couple times to YouTube exclusively recently, but it's been a while. And I do apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be more consistent here. It's just been some crazy stuff going on, so looking forward to get back in the loop here. Talking about some stuff. Tomorrow ought to be fun. We'll do a post-debate review of the Biden-Trump debate. We can talk a little about that tonight. Supreme Court rulings. My friend Andrew Wilson being on Tim Pool's show. The debate I did with Andrew and the last time you saw me on here. And maybe I'll try to figure out how to... I was in the process of trying to figure out how to do a little TikTok streaming. To get on people's TikTok channels and rip into them. Trying to figure that out. Yeah, please swipe up for more. I can't swipe up. Right. Oh boy. So give me a second as I work through. So I'm running a little teensy bit late, and that has to do with, unfortunately, life coming in to effect. And I almost didn't stream tonight because my man Hank, he's too cute. How do I mute or pause this stuff? Okay. It's really a mess. I don't know what to say. Anyways, we'll deal with this some other time. Sorry, a little distracted. So, yeah, Hank, I was like, I gotta go up and do some work on my computer. That's what I call streaming to him, doing some work on my computer. He said, Dad, I don't want you to go. I want to snuggle and watch movies. But he's since got distracted. So we watched little movies, whatever, and then I decided he looked like he was about ready to fall asleep, so I came upstairs. What I was trying to do there is, like Andrew in the Crucible does, the TikTok invasion stuff. The problem is you can't do it via computer, so I could join someone's TikTok live stream on my phone. That does no good to my streaming audience because I'm not streaming via my phone. So I have to backdoor getting a phone app on my computer, which then allows me. It's a big mess, and I'm an idiot. So I'll figure it out someday, and maybe I'll talk to some people that have done that, and we'll see if we can get rolling. Because me, what I like doing best is debating people. And unfortunately, it's hard to find people to debate now. But if you could just join their channels, random TikTokers and what have, I think it makes it mucho easier to be able to find people to debate. So that's hypothetically where we'll be going. Plan is to stream tonight, tomorrow night, probably Friday night, and then jump back in next week. Now, my birthday is the 4th of July, so we're going to, I think me and my wife are going to do a cookout or something to that effect. But I finally took a week off work, so I actually do not have an actual day of work until, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday. So now I do have some stupid trainings I got to get done and some driving out to the office. But that shouldn't... Thanks so much for the super chat, Randy. That should not negatively affect my ability to stream. So looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting back into being consistent. It's been so long since I streamed from my home office and computer, that I had to re-enter all of my account information and stuff like that. Randy West, birthday tomorrow. Awesome. Happy birthday. Maybe I'll be on till midnight and I could wish you a birthday the day of. So yeah, that's sort of the plan. It'll be fun to talk about the debates tomorrow. I'm open. I'll be honest with you. I've been working all day and then was doing family stuff. Here's something cool that happened with my family. I have a notoriously low success rate with the claw machines. I don't know that I've ever won anything. And my son Hank is obsessed with them. So like anytime we're at a restaurant or something and they have one, we'll put $1 in and we try our best. Most of the time I have to move the handle for them. And then I'll be like, okay, hit the button when you're ready. And we never win. Today, we went out with my parents to eat at the Chinese restaurant, and they had a claw machine that was 50 cents per play. So my dad put $1 in for Hank, and the first time he jiggles the thing and hits the button without even thinking, and it's a loss. And I was trying to help him. And then he goes again, and he goes like this. He's rapidly shaking the joystick for the claw, and the claw's just like bouncing back and forth. And then in the middle of it, without me touching it, it's all him, the second 50-cent play. He hits the button, and it's jiggling, and it slows down, and it grabs perfectly. It grabbed this stuffed sheep doll, picked it up right by the head, and it's like it's hanging there. You know, it takes forever, and then it drags out. I'm like, it's going to fall while it's dragging. No, he won! My 3-year-old son, a prodigy with the claw machine. So he won a toy sheep, and he promptly named it Tiger. Oh, really? The quartering? That's funny. So, there you go. Hank's pleased with his new sheep named Tiger. I'm pleased for him. It was a fun day. We got to do that. It was good stuff. Yeah, maybe you'll see Hank streaming 20 years from now, trying to get the stench of my shame off once establishment progressive shills run all of our institutions, and I'll be in prison. And Hank will be like, screw my old man, his old stupid videos. Now let me show you these claw machine videos I'm doing. And maybe some of you still be tuning in. He wasn't super excited about winning, to be honest. He's just like, I want to play again. The fun is moving the claw and hitting the button. But I think once he realized he got to keep the toy, he's pleased. So yeah, good stuff. In other news, because it's been so long, I came back and I must have around this time last year subscribed to a bunch of stuff like Restream, Rumble, X. So fortunately I had to drop like $200 for all my annual subscriptions. So yeah, yippee, great. So that's where I was today, spending a bunch of money for streaming here. But that don't happen. Hey, if 199 more people do what Randy West did and donate $1, I'll get 60% of that or whatever from YouTube, and I'll be 60% of the way to paying off my streaming debts here. So, what do y'all want to talk about? Let's do it. And there's many things to talk about. Like I said, I'm open to, because I've been busy all day, I didn't have a lot of time to plan a show. I've been trying to, not only have I been working a lot, but it's one of those things where, due to some turnovers, people higher up in my company, I think there's a lot of good people that they brought in. I legitimately think that they're decent people that are like my supervisors, but they're getting to know me and some of the clients I work with. And so it's been a lot of extra work. Paperwork type stuff and team meetings and things like that. So I've been a lot of times I have a lot of downtime at work. I haven't had much. So you can even tell people that follow me like on X, I haven't been posting as much to X or anything like that. All right. So we got a lot of Jamal Bowman talk and Kissinger talk. So let's start with the Bowman stuff. There's a bigger story about what's going on with Jamal Bowman here that actually has to do with some left-wing streamers that I think it's relevant to talk about. And I think people are missing the greater story that's occurring here. It's something that I predicted would eventually occur, and it is coming to fruition. The Democratic Party is the party of the establishment. So when you look at people that I debate quite frequently, a lot of the bifurcation doesn't come between me being Republican and them Democrat, or me being conservative and them being progressive. Most of my content is geared toward questioning our establishment institutions and reining them in. The people that I debate, many of which are left-wing Democrats, I think the big demarcation of us is that I'm anti-establishment and they're pro-establishment. So, for example, when I debate Destiny, Destiny is a pro-establishment Democrat. That's what he is. Destiny is not a uber progressive Bernie Sanders-esque, 2014 Bernie Sanders-esque Democrat. That's not who he is. No, those Democrats exist. The squad type people, the yay, Hamas are good people type people. And they've existed and have been part and parcel to the Democratic Party for a long time. And they've won a lot of cultural battles. But what I've said for a long time, inevitably when the rubber meets the road, the establishment institutions that pay lip service to these progressive causes will bury them as soon as it no longer becomes beneficial to them. And that's exactly what you see happening. For example, Black Lives Matter. Nike didn't give a shit about Black Lives Matter. They didn't care. The Democratic Party didn't give a shit about Black Lives Matter. Didn't care at all. They didn't care about the organization of Black Lives Matter, and they don't care about Black lives. They don't care at all. The only thing they care about is how can we pretend to care about this cause to help us entrench power. That's it. They don't give a shit about anything other than that power. They don't care about climate change. They care about how can we weaponize climate change in order to entrench power. They didn't give a shit about the pandemic. All they cared about was how can we weaponize the pandemic to entrench power. They didn't give a shit about grandma dying during the pandemic. They don't care about grandma. They sent COVID patients in with grandma. They didn't give a shit. They don't care about inner city violence. Don't care at all. They don't care about border security. Don't care at all. They don't care about Pride Month or pro-LGBT stuff. Have you noticed there's been less Pride Month stuff this year? Why? Well, because as I predicted, they never gave a shit about that. They just saw that culturally, pretending to care about that stuff gave them a temporary boost in sort of them being able to continue with their hegemony on the control of these institutions. As soon as it became convenient or inconvenient to endorse these messages, just like that, they'll be like, we have nothing to say about that. At all. If 95% of people came out tomorrow in the United States consistently and said, we're against Pride Month, we find it disgusting, all of the rainbow flags that you saw on corporations and the majority of politicians that claim to care about this stuff, it'd be done overnight. They don't care. David, thank you for the super chat for $10. Maybe Andrew can get me on Dave Smith's show, part of the problem. I would love that. I don't know how good of a relationship Andrew and Dave Smith have, but maybe. Now, what you're seeing is the Biden administration and, more importantly, institutions that are establishment institutions, whether it be our political institutions like mainstream powerful people in the Democratic Party, or it be cultural institutions like corporations, etc. They're seeing the writing on the road when it comes to this. The pro-Hamas people are getting out of line for the left-wing coalition. Now, we've talked a lot about this. I have difficulty all of a sudden giving a shit when a bunch of ridiculously wealthy left-wing donors that donate to the Democratic Party, consistently vote for the Democratic Party, donate to campuses like Harvard endowments, etc., like that had no problem when the message that was coming out of all of these institutions was anti-white. Didn't care. That was fine. But as soon as they started to seem anti-Semitic, all of a sudden it's a big problem. And we've talked about this on the show. Certainly it's not all Jewish people. It's not all political Jewish people. It's not all wealthy. I'm not making any claim like that. But there is a certain contingency of people that like to play identity politics and victimhood politics that happen to be Jewish that were more than happy to play the identity politics game and say, yes, we are cultural Marxists. We differentiate people as oppressors versus oppressed. White people are oppressors, and we're oppressed. People of color are oppressed. There were many people that were Jewish that were happy to play that game. And then there were many people that are also aligned with that in the progressive side that said, we agree, and Jewish people are white. They're oppressors. The fight that's occurring right now isn't a fight to say, you know what, geez, labeling people in this sort of oppressor versus oppressed narrative based on immutable characteristics is appalling. It's actually a form of racism. It's a form of division that causes us to not be able to see that we're more similar than different. And it's being used by powerful people so that they could cover up the fact that they don't give a shit about any of these groups and are keeping us divided in order to entrench their establishment politics. They don't care about that. The argument is just, no, we agree. These sort of cultural Marxist oppressor versus oppressed narratives are good. We just think Jews are oppressed. That's it. We're all in agreement. The Jews that are part of this sort of cultural Marxist game, again, let me be clear before anyone loses their head. I'm not saying all Jewish people. I'm just saying the people predominant in Democrat politics that were Jewish, the people predominant in academia that were giving all this money to academia, etc., that were Jewish, they're fine with this game. They like it. Because the best currency you could get culturally today is to be a victim. That's the way it's been for years. So yes, we like that game. This isn't shocking. Anyone who's been paying attention. We had one of the biggest political movements that sort of sprung up was Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. It was a revolution. Against who? What institutions were they revolting against? Was it corporate America? No, corporate America was on the side of Black Lives Matter. Was it the extreme wealthy like Martha's Vineyard? No, predominant Democratic voters. They were completely in with Black Lives Matter. Were they in Washington? Were they marching in the halls of D.C.? No. Many people in D.C. on both sides of the aisle couldn't wait to pay lip service to Black Lives Matter. So who was the problem? We had a revolution of the most powerful groups in the country siding with progressives, communist activists. Who were they going after? Who were the real... Okay, institutions like the cops, got it. And who else? It's MAGA people. That's who. Flyover country. Those were the real villains. People like me. I said, hey, I don't like the fact that a lot of the riots that we see are in predominantly black neighborhoods. I'm against that. I think that if you cared about black people in black neighborhoods, you should discourage rioting occurring in those neighborhoods. No, said my left-wing friends that live in areas around here that are white. How dare you, Rob? I said, well, why don't you encourage them to come to your house and loot and riot? Why keep it for them? Let the inner city people riot in their own neighborhoods. And if you're against it, it's racist. But don't come to my house. Don't come to my neighborhood. Remember there was that sports reporter that was like, yeah, Black Lives Matter, woo. This will show them. And then the next day he tweeted out, they're at my neighborhood. We're peaceful. Why are they here? Someone stop these monsters. Exactly. That's what was going on. What happened? At that point, at the height of Black Lives Matter in 2020, you couldn't turn on a video game like Call of Duty. There was a message about Black Lives Matter. You couldn't watch professional sports. There's a message about Black Lives Matter. Late night comedy, movies, your favorite actor, your favorite singer. It was everywhere. Almost universal endorsement by anybody of cultural importance. What happened? Well, everyone started to realize it was a sham. Bunch of people got rich. Black neighborhoods didn't do any better. The passions of the immediacy wore thin. And now what? Well, no one gives a shit. Forget about that. We're on to the next thing. Got a Ukrainian flag in your bio? And it repeats ad nauseum. Problem is, the cultural pendulum's shifting somewhat. And this is why I do agree that politics is downstream of culture. So what do the political institutions see? Oh shit. There's significant pushback on a lot of this pride stuff we've been pushing. You mean to tell me the average American isn't okay with a bunch of adult men completely nude in front of children in parades? They don't like that? They're tired of us shoving this shit down their throat every 5 seconds? Oh boy, we'll talk about it less then. How's that play out with the Jabal Bowman situation? Well, The Democratic Party right now is the face of the establishment. That does not mean that the leadership in the Republican Party, the ones that really move the party, aren't in total agreement with them. They are. They absolutely are. But there's at least at this point a pressure release valve within the Republican Party, whether it be MAGA type people or DeSantis type people or Thomas Massie type people or more libertarian bent type people that are pushing through the establishment narratives. In other words, where are you likely to see people that are, say, critical of our Ukraine policy? The Democrats, it's almost lockstep. Total agreement. It's within some of the Republican. Doesn't mean all. You certainly have your Dan Crenshaws. You certainly have your Adam Kissingers. Absolutely. But any dissenting voices seem to be amongst the right at this point. That's where it's occurring. One of the institutional norms in our country, and it has been this way for years, is unwavering support for Israel. The problem is, no one told the Democrat shock troop voters that. Let's go back in time to the 2016 Democrat convention. Now, we had incident after incident that I could show you leading up to before the DNC convention of right-wing gatherings where left-wingers would show up and start fighting them. In fact, that's how the Proud Boys came into existence, of prominence at least, in the first place. You had people like Patriot Prayer in Oregon that would get permits to have rallies, and then Antifa people would show up and beat the shit out of them. So people like the Proud Boys said, we're going to show up and defend. We'll engage in mutual combat. And then the Proud Boys were labeled terrorists, and Antifa, we were told, it's just an idea, it's nothing really going on. Almost all political violence you saw in that 2016 election cycle, almost all of it occurred at right-wing rallies. You didn't see marauding bands of right-wingers showing up to Hillary rallies and starting shit. It was almost always the other way. A Trump rally, a Patriot Prayer rally, and then lefties would show up en masse and start shit. Charlottesville, unite the right. That's what occurred. I know the narrative that we're supposed to be accept is you had these evil white supremacist Nazis on one side, and then on the other side you had these awesome peace-loving people that just came to express their First Amendment right at their hatred of Nazis, and then the Nazis started beating them mercilessly and ran over one with a car. That's not true. What happened was, there were a lot of shitty people at the Unite the Right rally, but there were also people that were just tired of the left's bullshit of tearing down these statues that are great people. There were people that were there on the left to protest Nazis, which I have no problem. I don't like Nazis either. But there was also an awful lot of people on the left that are basically communist shock troopers that showed up with weapons and shields because they were going to start some shit. And the police, as you can see from the videos, intentionally led to those two crowds that both wanted to fight to go into each other, which predictably caused fights. I went through hours upon hours of this footage looking at it. The police intentionally let that shit kick off. That's what happened. So the narrative could be spun, see, the right wing are right evil people. Or racist. You see? That's what occurred. Now I know that we've tried to rewrite history. That's what happened. Doesn't justify that guy running over that girl with the car. Not saying that. I'm saying the spirit of what Trump said, which we now see even Snopes is saying, which was there were good and bad people on both sides. The problem is Trump's not detail-oriented. He's just saying something that's directionally true, which are, look, yeah, there are shitheads on both sides, and there are good people on both sides. It's true. But wait a minute, what good people would be standing on the side of Nazis? I don't know. What good people would be standing on the side of communists? The New York Times interviewed at least two groups of people that I talked about on stream and on places like Above Top Secret that were like, whoa, when we showed up and we saw Nazi people, we were against it, but we chose to stick around because we're First Amendment people and we didn't want these statues taken down. Hell, the ACLU was there defending people on the right. Thank you, Gizmo, for the cheer. Isn't that funny? When there's left-wing violence at protests and stuff, no one says, everyone must be lumped in with those people. No one says that. If that was the case, anytime you saw an instance of violence at a Black Lives Matter rally, you would say every single person there is guilty of it, who would stand in solidarity with these violent people. But no, the establishment never plays that game, do they? They don't, right? They don't play that game. So that's what was going on. And the establishment loved it. And the Democratic Party is the face of that establishment. So they had no problem whatsoever when you saw at Berkeley, when Milo went to speak at Berkeley, or Ben Shapiro, I can't remember who it was, and you saw that crowd of left-wing agitators beating the shit out of people. Or when Gavin McInnes goes to campus. Or when Christina Hoff Sommers goes to campus. Or what was that girl, I talked about her the other day, the Second Amendment girl that would go out to campuses. When they would mob her and chase her bus out. They were fine with that. Absolutely fine with those tactics. They were fine when Antifa-type people showed up to Tucker Carlson's house. Perfectly fine with it. They're fine when they're outside of Brett Kavanaugh's house. Perfectly fine with that. That's all good. It's all good. And then, once we saw the type of people that were there, when they started to get upset at the establishment Democratic Party, because they felt our guy Bernie's being screwed over. All of a sudden, things changed for the Democrats. Now, this group of people that they riled up and said they're mostly peaceful, we don't see, they're just ideas. And what are you talking about, violent groups? We don't see it, mostly peaceful. Now, all of a sudden, once it was targeted at their institutions, they said, no. Remember Sarah Silverman? Because while the DNC was going on, there were a bunch of Bernie protesters burning American flags and shit outside the building. And Sarah Silverman went on stage and was like, it's time to grow up. Like, we had all the... Now it was time to stop the shenanigans. Once it was directed at the Democratic Party, now it was different. When it was at Trump rallies, no problem. When it was at Patriot Prayer rallies, no problem. In fact, you're the bad guy if you fight back. You're labeled as terrorist. But as soon as it was directed at an actual establishment institution like the DNC, well, we got a big problem here. And I've been... Caitlin Bennett, that was the name of the girl. Yeah. I've been saying for years, I was like, if you think that these left-wing people are violent now, which they are... That's what we saw in the Summer of Love in 2020. That's what we saw in college campuses all over. They're this violent while the institutions are on their side. So, for example, you could have a big riot with Black Lives Matter and almost none of them will be seriously charged. In fact, in many times, the cities paid out settlements to the rioters. Meanwhile, if you're in any way tangentially associated with being at the Capitol on January 6th, you're looked at as a perpetual terrorist, even if you never entered the Capitol. They're looking at your bank records, they're looking at your gun purchases, your airplane tickets, getting interviewed by the FBI. But if, say, May 31st, 2020, you were at the insurrection from left-wingers that tried to break into the White House using actual lethal weapons, injuring 47 guards, burning down a guard station, no problem. Hell, we don't even hear about it in the media. 90% of the Democrats I talk to are like, what about that insurrection? Oh, I never heard of that. Exactly. The media didn't even bother to cover it. In fact, what the media did the day after was blame Trump for his response. He was too violent to the response. He wanted a photo op at that church. Tom Cotton wrote an op-ed like the next day in the New York Times. Hey, maybe we should use the National Guard to stop some of these violent rioters. The New York Times writers all threatened to quit till they removed the op-ed. That's how serious they took this left-wing violence. What left-wing violence? How dare you? As it was occurring. That's what happened in real time. And I said, look how violent they are now. What happens once the institutions are no longer on their side? Then what happens? Because violence is sort of a last desperate act for many people. You don't really need to use violence if you control the levers of power. Now, full stop here. I'm against any act of political violence at all. I've made that quite clear on my show numerous times. Doesn't matter. People will still clip me out of context and say that I'm calling for violence. I'm not. I don't feel the need to, at this point, repeat myself for the millionth time. But just for the sake of it, I will, because I know someone will try to clip this. I am morally against any political violence from the left or right in this country at this period of time. I'm also strategically against, at least for the right, committing any acts of violence. The left could get away with it because they control these institutions right now. But mark my words to those of you on the left, it will become strategically terrible for you to engage in that violence if the institutions that run our country see that violence as a threat towards them. Then they will bring the boot down on you like they did the January 6 people. And you'll say, but wait a minute. We put on our black bloc gear and went and protested Milo Yiannopoulos. We protested Ben Shapiro. No one gave a shit. We were great. Why all of a sudden are they throwing us in prison for 10, 20 years? Because you can't do that to Joe Biden. You can't do that to the establishment Democratic Party. You can't do that. That's a no-no. And what's going to happen is you're going to see these people that have got away with this low-scale violence, it's going to get worse once the institutions are no longer on their side. See, they basically had like Black Lives Matter, for example, every institution of prominence in this country paid lip service to them. Even if they weren't getting all the goals they wanted, like complete removal of all police, they certainly had the ear of very powerful people. Once those powerful people condemn them and say, no, we no longer stand with you, then you'll see their true colors. The toy collector from Toy Story 2. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. So I've been saying this for years. The most shitty and listen, I have no love for these progressives at all. They're anathema to most of what I stand for. I stand for individualism. I stand for personal accountability. I stand for treating people as individuals based on their actions. I have values that I consider Christian and conservative values. David, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, do you think we're hearing more about illegals committing crime to rob the right in the same way they showed the police brutality to rob the left? I think there's some of that. But I think it's also just becoming undeniable. And so they have to cover it in such a way that makes it seem like they care. Because Mike Johnson and the establishment Republican Party don't give two shits about illegal immigration. They just know their base does, so they have to pretend to. And so instead of talking about the massive scale of the problem, it's easier to placate the masses by saying, Lincoln Riley. See? But yeah, there's some of that as well. Anyways, back to the point. Soon as these people are no longer useful, they're going to be kicked to the curb. I have no love for the progressives. But I also have no love for the institutionalist, the establishment type people. At all. And how many times have people that have followed me for a long time, when I was debating, remember it used to, back in 2020, when I would do all these panels and stuff, the big left-wing joke about Rob was, oh, Black Lives Matter. Rob's going to complain about Black Lives Matter. Boy, oh boy, wasn't I right about that. All these left-wing streamers that I was debating, some of which are still around now. That was the joke. That was how I got made fun, right? And I told them, I said, listen, if you actually care about progressive politics, the worst thing you could do is vote for Joe Biden. That's the worst thing you could do. Just like if you were a Ron Paul conservative, the worst thing you could do was vote for Mitt Romney. Why? Because you will entrench within Ron Paul's own party the very institutionalist that he seeks to fight. If that side wins, the corporatist Republicans or the corporatist Dems, then that's the future of the party. And that's the truth. And I warned the progressives of this. I said, you think you're cute now. You think that all the rallies against right-wingers on campus is cute now. Try that shit in a Biden presidency. See what happens. Now, it's been pretty stable up until the Israel-Palestine thing. And certainly, the Biden administration and the corporatist Dems are going to let the progressives have a little rope. Because they're still part of a coalition that they need in order to entrench power. But that only goes so far. Once they become more of a liability, well, the hammer will be brought down. It's still nowhere near January 6th stuff. They're still trying to run this fine line where it's like, how dare you? Don't do that. You went to the synagogue and protested. That's really bad. But we're not going to really arrest any of them, and let's change the news cycle. But it's getting worse. And by the way, it should. Regardless of what you think of Israel and their influence in the United States or whatever, the truth of the matter is the average American is going to side more with someone that says, I might not think we should be sending money to Israel. I might think that they've done bad things in retaliation. But compared to the people that were like, October 7th was a masterpiece, it was fantastic, that are vandalizing statues, that are interrupting sports events, that are blocking streets, people are tired of that shit. They're tired of it. It is optically a loss for the side that is on the side of the people that are having encampments on college campuses. Neighbor Guy, super chat for $5 says, I wish I had a good question or something clever to put in. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it, Neighbor Guy. Thank you so much. That's the problem. It's now looking bad for Democrats going into the 2024 election, including Biden. Looks bad for them. Oh, shit. You see, they get a lot of money from Israel, too. Can't have that. And I've said this. It's very difficult. Now, Joe Biden's a human vegetable. He is. He's not running his administration. He's just a placeholder. He's an empty suit in more ways than one. All he knows about sniffing kids' hair. That's it. That's all that's running through his head. And chocolate chip ice cream. That's it. But the people running the show understand. We're the institutionalists. We're the statists. We're on Israel's side, baby. But we also need this coalition of progressives who hate Israel. Uh-oh. Whoops. And by the way, this was always going to happen with the coalition that the establishment has built, particularly in the Democratic Party. A coalition of victims. The problem is the pool of victims is getting so big now. Who's the bad guy? Evil, white, Christian men. That's the problem. Okay. Well, you could convince enough white men to vote against their own interest. Because they like the victimhood shit too. Particularly these liberal white dudes. But with that coalition of other groups, got it in the bag. Problem is, what happens when those other groups start arguing with each other? For example, what happens when an Islamic terrorist shoots up a gay nightclub? How much hatred can you drum up for the LGBT of Christians? And then at the same time be like, and by the way, hardcore Islamists are also in our party. How does that make sense? It doesn't. So what's happened? Particularly gay men have been told, shh, shut your mouth. Shut up. You had your time in the sun. Go away. You're not the victim of choice at this point. Shh. You saw it with women. You're seeing it in Germany now. A bunch of refugees, asylum seekers, decide to commit sexual assault against some woman. Shh. Don't say that out loud. Shh. You got to suck it up this time, women. Zen's Forad, $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Says super chat to robnoerr. Using the money to feed my family. It is better. Tell your family to go on a diet. You can always eat water. That's cheap. Thanks, Zen. I appreciate it. So that's what's occurring. And so now, the easiest and first way you push back is primary. Get out the people in the Democratic Party that you feel are optically a liability to you. Jamal Bowman. He's pro-Hamas. Get him out. So, what happens? Well, a lot of money comes in for an opposition. Bowman loses his primary. The progressives are going nuts. AIPAC, the Israeli lobby, they financed his opposition. Time to get big money out of politics. They scream as they had no problem with big money, basically buying the 2016, 2018, 2020, and 2022 elections overwhelmingly for Democrats. Didn't have much to say then. When Hillary outspent Trump 2-1 and most corporate donations were going to her, didn't have shit all to say. When AIPAC was overwhelmingly donating to Democratic causes and politicians, didn't have much to say then. But boy, oh boy, once they start donating against progressives, now we need to go back to Citizens United. Wow, it feels like 2008, 2012 all over again. Lefties talking about big corporate donations. What next? Are they going to tell us that large corporations that control so much of our flow of information shouldn't be putting their thumb on the scale of elections? Like, I don't know, Facebook, Google. Of course, When conservatives were talking about this for the past, 8, 10, 12 years, they didn't give a shit. When Facebook was helping Obama win elections, it was good. Progressives were pretty fucking silent on that, weren't they? When the Cambridge Analytica story broke, oh my goodness, some company used a small fraction of Facebook data in order to get information that Republicans could use to help win elections. This is a scandal of epic proportions. Says the same newspapers that 4 years prior were saying, what a shrewd move politically by Barack Obama to work with Facebook's higher up management to use their data to target political ads. See, when Democrats and Obama did it at a far grander scale of Cambridge Analytica, it was shrewd, smart politics, the wave of the future. But when Republicans use even a small percentage of that, oh my God, what a scandal! I don't know, Bandit. I haven't been following the chat that well, and I don't delete almost any chats, but I'll just say in general, please keep any things that could be construed as violence, racism, etc. off. I'm not saying that's what you were doing, but I don't know if it was human or not. It wasn't me. So now all of a sudden, if you're on X, you see all these progressives. My goodness, AIPAC sponsored the opponent of Jabal Bowman. This is an outrage. Hey, dude. If only there was a group of people or a person that was telling you over and over again, you know, these big corporations, these big institutions that you're in bed with right now, someday they're going to turn their gaze to you. Like, for example, it was cool, right? When all the trans people on Twitch, not all the trans people, but there was a certain group of trans people on Twitch decided that they were going to exercise their cultural power to get people banned that disagreed with them. And it worked over and over. That shit worked. If only they could have seen in the future, maybe those same tools will be used against you at some point. Now, we just had with the Murphy decision in the Supreme Court today, which I haven't read through the decision, but my general understanding is in a 6-3 decision, the court ruled that you don't have standing in order. So the Supreme Court wasn't going to look at this case. This was the First Amendment violation case where you had the federal government that was working and coercing private companies to censor information that they didn't like. It's being celebrated right now. I would love to see a Venn diagram of lefties that are bitching about AIPAC sponsoring Jabal Bowman's opposition to those that are celebrating the Murphy decision right now, that can't see 2 feet in front of their face like, hey, you dumb shits. Can you see how the federal government now is going to have a green light to censor, I don't know, say anti-Israeli comments? You can't see it? And of course they can't. Because all they understand is power. That's all they understand. For example, if you had any bit of foresight and you're a streamer, you might say something like this. Wow, look at this court decision on the Alex Jones thing. Like making him pay like billions of dollars because he said something stupid that was disagreeable to a large group of people. Geez, I stream 4 to 8 hours a day. Maybe someday I'll say something that's disagreeable. This seems like a bad precedent that could be used to go after someone like me. But no, they don't look at that. They're like, Alex Jones bad. He's a bad guy. He has politics I disagree with, so screw him. Okay. And then when that gaze is turned to them, they'll go, how could this happen? How could it happen? Outrageous. I don't know, Gizmo, maybe. No, we'll see. Only Bill. We'll see. If Trump wins and he decides to have his group start pressuring social media, hey, we'll threaten you if you don't. Now, first off, social media would fight him tooth and nail. Then they would release details of it. And the left would scream their bloody heads off. Imagine that he's like, yeah, we're going to do tax cuts again. And also we think the tax cuts are going to be such good for the public health because it's going to help people keep more money in their pockets that we're actually going to pressure social media to censor any content that's critical of tax cuts. How do you think that would work? Oh, totally reasonable. Well within the First Amendment rights. You wouldn't have standing to protest that. So now Bowman lost. Did Bowman lose because AIPAC put a ton of money into his opponent? Probably had something to do with it. I mean, most of the time you need money to win. That's the shitty system we have. But he also lost because he's shitty, because he's an idiot, because he's a criminal, because he has ideas that even people that are sort of normie Democrats don't like about Hamas. And because without the democratic apparatus and institutions running cover for him, it became blatant how bad he was. Both those things are simultaneously true. And now the people that ran cover for Jabal Bowman when he was pulling that fire alarm, sure, he should have been given a slap on the wrist, but they'll say, okay, Bowman, it's time to go off quietly now, see you. That's what they'll say. They'd have defended him to the point of absurdity, not 6 months ago. Now it's time for him to go. And I hope that's a lesson to any of you future politicians or future CEOs or future social media workers. The establishment is only interested in one thing. What have you done for me lately? No one's above the mark. Everyone exists in their current position of power only at the pleasure of entrenching the rest of their power. If one person becomes a liability, there is no loyalty. They'll cut instantly. See ya. Sorry. You could be on the right. That's one of the arguments I use to young people when I'm convincing them that they should vote Republican, who suck, by the way. Republicans suck as a party as well. But people that share my political persuasion, we don't give a shit. We have fun. You told a racist joke when you were young? Who gives a shit? I don't care. Are you a racist? If so, I don't like that. Are you not? And you're just telling jokes? Okay. Some jokes I find in bad taste, I choose not to listen to. Others that can be in bad taste, I still think are funny. Some of my favorite comedians are Bill Hicks and Doug Stanhope and Dave Chappelle. Whatever. And yes, I know that there's a little subjectivity to that. I don't give a shit. I'm just telling you how I honestly think. But understand this, the progressives and the Democrats that are paying them lip service, you could go lock stock with all of their talking points for the next 30 years. You could be a 16-year-old for 30 years till you're 46. When they tell you to put the Ukraine flag up on your social media, you do it. When they tell you to go march with Black Lives Matter, you do it. When they tell you puberty blockers for kids are essential, you support it. Everything. You can do it for the next 30 years. Then when you turn 46, you're going to get a job where finally in your company, you're VP of something, or you got a high up position in your job. You're actually making a good living. You got a family you're supporting and stuff. And then maybe, just maybe, there's something that you're like, I don't agree with that. This, whatever the course of today is, that's a bit too much for me. I don't believe in lowering age of consent laws. Oh boy, let's go back and see what this guy wrote in his yearbook 30 years ago. Oh, look at that. Is that a potential racial slur? Time to cancel this guy, and your company will fire you. That's the communist. That's the cultural Marxist. Once you agree to side with them, you must always, always, always side with the party. It doesn't matter how your loyalty's been for 30 years. One small misstep and they'll ruin you forever. Compare that to us. Shit, conservatives to a fault are the other way. They celebrate that shit. Oh, look, Bill Maher said something based. Forget about just a week ago he was talking shit to me and everyone like me. He said something based. Yay, we got Bill Maher on this issue. That's how used to losing right-wing people are. The slightest affirmation to anything that we believe by someone of cultural fame or power, oh my goodness, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened. And with the left, it's the exact opposite. You will stick with us 100% or we'll bury you. Yeah, or you're absolutely right, Orwell foresaw it. Kids snitching on their parents, yep. No one's truly happy in that society, but now, the Bowman thing, this is the greater story after I've ranted for 50 minutes on it. I've noticed something. I'm going to call out someone specifically. I don't give a shit, right? Let this person come at me, dog. For two reasons. One, because they deserve it. And second, because I believe I've illustrated with my interactions with this person in the past that I could be on my worst day. I could be getting traction for my shitty back right now, as sick as a dog with 103-degree fever, and I would tear to shreds with zero preparation any subject that this person wants. So I don't feel bad coming at them publicly. Y'all know someone by the name of Brianna Wu? You know, formerly of Progressive Victory Pack. Check out Brianna's post here recently on X. Brianna's got a big problem with the Hamas progressive wing of the Democratic Party. Now, I truly believe they have a problem with it. I do. I believe Destiny has a problem with these people. I don't think they're being disingenuous with that. The disingenuous nature of it comes from this. They didn't give a shit when those people were on their side. Maybe Destiny a little more. But Brianna worked for Progressive Victory Pack. Point me to their post. Point me to Brianna's post criticizing the violence of Black Lives Matter. Point me to their post criticizing when Rand Paul's getting attacked by his neighbor. Criticizing left-wingers engaging in active violence against Trump supporters. Criticizing anti-white hatred that was occurring all through college campuses. Go ahead, point it to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe those posts exist. Sure, Poopin. You want to call in? Poopin says diatribe. Zzz. Yeah, you're right. Boring. Why don't you call in and get trashed? Right? You're right. It's better content when some smug asshole like you calls in and gets his ass handed to him. Or hers. Whatever your pronouns are. Don't give a shit. Calling in? Right? It's boring. It's a boring diatribe. You know all this shit. No doubt why your streaming career is taking off, right? I assume since you know this so well, you're shouting it to the heavens and people are tuning in and listening to you, correct? Right? Need to hear from Poopin. I'm sure we all do. LMAO! Yes. Speaking of shit we've heard before, yes, the overconfident person telling me, you don't even have Discord. Well, isn't that convenient? Tell you what, do you have a cell phone? I'll give you a Google Voice number. You could call in with audio on the cell phone. How's that sound? Or do you not have a phone either? Yeah, now I didn't follow Brianna very much during the whole Gamergate, but I would totally eat crow if I'm wrong about this. Totally would. But my gut feeling and the very limited 5% of knowledge I have about the situation is, yeah, you don't have Google Voice, you're not going to duck. Well, Poopin, thanks for playing. One rule I do have here, seeing it's how it's my show, is when someone shows themselves to be very uber critical and say things like, you should have a debate, blah, 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 and then are too much of a coward to have that debate themselves, I understand that they have a great point. And because I can't obviously keep up with an intellectually superior person like you, and you're just wasting your time listening to things that you're already smarter than, we're just going to let you go. So, thanks so much. Thanks for wasting everyone's time. Appreciate it. There we go. Another toughie. Well, a tough guy. It's all right. He already knows all of this anyways. But my guess is Brianna probably engaged in very similar tactics to the progressive she's criticizing now. Trying to get people canceled, fired, going after people based on sort of immutable characteristics, etc. That's my guess. Accusing those that disagreed with her of racism, sexism. It's my guess. I don't give a shit enough to dig into the origins of Gamergate to see if that's the case or not. But in my small interactions, I can see the type of person they are. I'm not sure if Brianna's trans or not. For the sake of terms of service for these sorts of platforms that I'm on, I will continue to basically use the pronouns that people ask of me to use, so I have no problem saying her in this context. I don't know if Brianna's trans or if that's just a rumor. I don't give a shit. whatever pronouns they choose to go by or identity that they choose to have, I think shit. That's what I think. I think their ideas, arguments are shit. But more importantly than that, it just happens to be someone with an audience that I see, that I've interacted with, that I've noticed this change in tenor. Now all of a sudden, and you can see it, right? And I do have to give, and let me be clear. Let me be quite clear here when I'm giving the devil his due. I do think, first off, I have nothing personally negative to say with my interactions with Destiny. Brianna, it's a different story. Brianna sucks. And I've had negative interactions that I've talked about before. Destiny, the worst of it's his editor clipping me out of context for a minute to show Destiny potentially winning an argument. That's gamesmanship shit. I don't care about that. Destiny, I don't think he's been charitable to me as far as with his time with me. He's debated me most of the times when, I've asked for a debate. He's asked me to come on my show unprompted without me reaching out to him. Does that mean that he hasn't done shitty things to other people? Yeah, I'm sure he has. My role is I try to judge people based on the interactions I have with them because I know how unfair this space could be, and there's always rumors and this and that and the other, and I don't want to be judged by those. I don't want someone to be like, hypothetically, that pooping guy goes off and says, robnoerr's the worst person in the world because he said blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, whatever. But one thing I'll say about Destiny that's absolutely true is so much of the online political left sphere are cheap imitations of Destiny, where they get their talking points from him. And Destiny is... Yeah, I'm sure Destiny likes it. I like debating Destiny too. I think Destiny's genuine. I think he's legitimate. He's not relying on other people to come up with his arguments, but his bias is he's an institutionalist. So he's going to have some left-wing beliefs, but he's also, more than that, is going to support the establishment, the institutions. He's going to defend the FBI. He's going to defend the science. He's going to defend the CDC. He's going to defend the media. He's going to defend Israel. Because these are sort of establishment institutions. Now, some of the attacks against some of these institutions are insane and unhinged, and he's going to sound really good going against those people. But I don't believe that Destiny's intentionally bad faith in his defense of these institutions. Well, let me rephrase that. I believe that he believes these institutions are good. Does he know when he's doing things like defending what I think is obvious corruption from the FBI that it's corruption? Or has his bias led him to believe that it's not corruption? I don't know or give a shit. I'm tired of racking my head about it. But it's how you get to the point where you're like, oh, Trump said be peaceful. That's clearly code word for be violent. Am I on the Candace Owens side of the conservative civil war? Not particularly. I don't take a staunch stance on this Israel-Palestine shit. I don't like how much influence Israel has in our country. I also understand that Hamas and the insane progressives, many of them want fucking Israel wiped off the face of the earth and hate all Jewish people, which I also despise. I think it's two shitty groups largely. I think in this particular context of what's going on, the way I reference it's like having corrupt police and then fighting a shitty gang. The shitty gang, it's easy to see why they're bad. They're murdering people in the streets. The corrupt police might not be doing that. They have a thin veneer of, oh, no, trust us, what's on the up and up, but maybe they're doing stuff behind the scenes. That's my guess of what's going on with Israel-Palestine. I got problems here, dude. There's problems in this country. So I'm not going to take the limited time I have to do a deep 5-month expose into the history of Israel and Palestine. Suffice it to say, it's enough for me to say both sides have probably done shitty things. I don't particularly go to bat for either of them. I think the United States should stay out of it and focus on problems at home. That's what I think. Are there people that I think put too much on all Jews are bad and that they're controlling the... Yeah, it's very similar to Ukraine. And yeah, I think that a lot of that is rooted in racism. It is. But that doesn't mean that there aren't legitimate criticisms about Israel's influence on our policy in this country. There certainly is. I'll say this. When I did a debate one point, and I was debating sort of people that are heavily against the Jews, and one of the things they said to me was, all of the prosecutors and judges in the Rittenhouse case were Jewish. Which I don't think's true. I was like, really? Looked at their names. I'm like, really? It's like Bob Smith, Jew? Maybe? But that seems to be a level of there's more than just AIPAC influencing. You see what I mean? Like, that seems to me like you're going a little further. I don't know. Anyways, I think Destiny would know that for his side, the institutionalist, the establishment, particularly the Democratic Party that's the face of it, it is a bad look for them to have these pro-Hamas people on their side. I get it. And so, they're going to come out speaking against them. Destiny's doing his own thing. I don't lump him into this. But so many of the other people, that's what you're seeing. These other left-wing streamers. They take their cues, and that's that. Let me just put it in its blatant. Let's not beat around the bush, and I'll tell you exactly what I'm saying. If something happened tomorrow and say there was a rally of Trump, there's a Trump rally, and at that Trump rally something bad would happen to a left-winger, and every single pro-Hamas encampment on universities across this country that right now Brianna Wu is complaining about, if they changed tomorrow, every one of those campuses took down Palestine flags and all of a sudden put up anti-MAGA signs, they would be right there on board with them. Same tactics used, they would be absolutely fine with it. Or they might say, well, I don't like the tactics, but they ain't going to speak up much about it. That's what I'm talking about. Just like in 2016, DNC had no problem with the tactics that Bernie supporters were using when it was directed at Trump supporters. But once it was directed at the DNC, well, now that's too much. Now it must be condemned. That's the truth. They don't give a shit. They're not interested in rooting out radicals from their own side. They're interested in those radicals are making them look bad going into this election cycle. So they need to shut up. Go back to tearing down the people that deserve it. Trump supporters, conservatives, Christians, white people. There's a left-wing streamer named Pisco. Can I give me your thoughts on him? Yeah, he's probably lamenting Bowman's loss today. He don't give a shit. He'd like for Bowman to just disappear in the weeds forever. That's the truth of it. And make no mistake, I'm going to be as clear as possible here. There is an awful lot to criticize about the anti-Israel progressives. Some of what they say, though, is partially truthful. Like, there are, without delving too much into the details, there is a legitimate philosophical debate to be had of how much retaliation is too much. Well, it's a difficult question to answer. As an objective outsider, maybe we can come to an argument, some sort of agreement. Of course, there will always be collateral damage. That's the nature of war. If one side attacks another side, and then the side fights back, you can't say, well, if one innocent person died in your fight back, now you're immoral. You're somehow not justified in that action. That's a threshold that we would all agree is too much. But there has to be some limit, right? Unless it's your family. And I know this isn't an answer that people want to hear, but it's just my being as honest as I could be. My recommendation for what you, each one of you listeners, should be allowed to legally do for retribution of your family is going to be different than what I would recommend for me. For example, I could talk about how vigilante justice is wrong. It is. I could say that. Someone assaults my child? Now it's different. That doesn't mean that I think that the law should change for me. I understand. I would be beholden to the same laws. But as far as what actions I'm willing to take, the consequences change. The scale's different when it's you and your family. So it's easy for me to sit here and say, well, Israel's bombing too much. But if it was my family that was killed October 7th, I might say, oh, they're not bombing enough. So it's difficult to look at. My gut feeling is a lot of the on-the-ground people in Israel are pissed off and they want their pound of flesh. Okay, I get it. And a lot of the leadership of Israel understands that and also has strategic motivations that aren't exactly just that. For example, it seems pretty evident that a lot of the Hamas leadership is in countries outside of Israel-Palestine, like Qatar. They being targeted? It's like the United States. There's an argument to be had with Ukraine, right? Take everything else out of this picture, right? Just take this about the Ukraine conflict. I live in Ukraine. I have an uncle that lives over near Crimea, part of Ukraine. Russia invades. Uncle dies. Fuck him. That's going to be my take on Russia. Right? Can anyone say that guy's wrong? Now, bunch of military people in the United States. They're like, yeah, keep that war going. We don't want no peace deal. Because this guy and his uncle, the truth is, these people, Lockheed Martin, the congressmen that they've bought and paid for, the lobbyists, the Biden administration, they don't give two shits about the people of Ukraine at all. Just like they didn't give two shits about the people of Iraq. Just like they didn't give two shits about the people of Libya. Just like they didn't give two shits about the people of Syria. And they didn't give two shits about the people of Afghanistan. They don't care. As soon as it's no longer politically expedient, well, we're out of here. Good luck to y'all. How's Libya working out? How's that? Do you think what NATO did to Libya was because they were legitimately concerned about the people of Libya? Or did they see a geopolitical advantage to themselves by getting rid of Gaddafi? Do you think even the calculation considered what the well-being of the people of Libya would be like afterwards? After all, Gaddafi was correctly saying a lot of the groups that were rebels in his country were people not even from his country. They were actually groups from, like, Al-Qaeda, which were backed by the U.S., just like in Syria, where we sponsored Al-Qaeda and al-Nusra. Huh. Or when we were arming the Mujahideen in Afghanistan in the 70s. Was that to help people? Or was that because we saw geopolitical strategy in fucking with Russia? So it's complicated. The situations are complicated. That's why my answer to almost all of these situations is not our business. As long as there are significant problems back home, which there are many, that should be the priorities of our government. Not enriching a bunch of people in the establishment at the expense of not just the average person in this country, but also the average person in the very countries they're getting involved with. Because you know who wins with our funding Ukraine? You know who wins? Lockheed Martin wins. The politicians that are being lobbied by Lockheed Martin or Raytheon, they win. The companies that will get to go in and rebuild Ukraine, like BlackRock and Halliburton, they'll win massively. But you know who loses? Well, the people of Russia lose. By the way, Putin and what have, they'll win. They have interest to keep the war going. People of Russia lose. We lose. The average person in the United States loses. Well, you got to pull up your bootstraps a little harder. Sorry, you got to sacrifice more. Don't believe me? Well, when they talk about how much more you're paying at the pump under a Biden presidency, what's the answer they give? Well, it's because Russia. Inflation? Sorry, we have to send hundreds of billions more to Ukraine. Sorry. No money for the border wall. 40 billion for the border wall was too much. Hundreds upon hundreds of billion for Ukraine. Keep sending more. Oh, sorry, the value of your dollar's less. Oh, hey, maybe you were living a little too comfortably anyways. So you don't win. But you know who loses the most? It's the people of Ukraine. That's who will lose the most. Hey, people of Ukraine, want to know how it ends? You ready? Ask the people of Afghanistan that are now most of the people that allied with the United States, probably brutally tortured and murdered along with their families. Because instead of setting up a withdrawal process that would have involved bringing back our allies there, instead they just took random 80,000 people and left almost all of the people in Afghanistan that helped us at the mercy of the very Taliban that they'd been fighting for 20 years. That's what Ukraine has to look forward to. Those that weren't killed in the meat grinder, inevitably, when the United States says, okay, enough's enough, here's the new war to be involved with, and NATO says the same, it'll be a bunch of companies like BlackRock that go in and buy up the land now that's now devoid of people. And it'll be ultimately the people of Ukraine that suffer the most. And I'm told, because I could foresee that somehow I must hate Ukrainians. I must hate them. That's why I'm for a peaceful resolution. Okay. Would I agree that then at the least, if we're not sending money in a foreign war, we could at least use it in developing public education institutions and healthcare? No. Why would I say that? Healthcare is a separate debate. Public education, in what way? No, we should ban the Department of Education. Why is it that we continually spend more and more money on schools and yet we get less and less of results? Why is that? Why would I, as someone who has conservative leanings and libertarian leanings, why would I want to fund more education system that literally brainwashes kids to hate me and everything about me? Why would I want to do that? Let's change the question to you. Well, Cavell Pence, if you think that we're spending too much money on insert whatever issue, shouldn't we be spending that money to indoctrinate people that the NRA is great? And the United States is the greatest country in the world and conservative values and Christian ethics are the best? Shouldn't we do that? You would say, fuck no. Why should my tax dollars do to that? But that's what you're asking me to do by funding public education, which is just clearly, overwhelmingly, more vehemently left-wing. That's why we see all the Hamas protesters on campuses. Why would we send more money to them? Now, it's not a zero-sum game, and this is something fun that lefties tend to do, right? Oh, you act like you're upset about the sending of money overseas and the problems back here at home. But then if we say, fine, let's take that money and not spend it overseas and instead spend it on other left-wing issues, you'd still be against it. Yes, I would. You're absolutely right. How about this? Right? If we could just print money, would you agree with this, Cavell Pant? If we could just print money, such as increasing the money supply of M2 money by 50% in a 2-year period, why even have taxes? Let's eliminate all taxes, right? We'll just print, correct? Anyone who doesn't want to pay taxes shouldn't have to. Fair enough? You'll say, of course not. That's an absurd position. Right. And that's my same answer to you in the inverse. Now, unfortunately, we're on a path in this country where our spending is so out of control that eventually the bubble will burst. And when it is, there's going to be a bunch of people sitting around like this. What happened? How could anyone have seen this coming? We had no idea. We had no idea. It's easy to be the like, imagine this. Imagine that you run the finances in your house, right? And you're the person who's signing the checkbook. You're the person that's names on the bills of the credit cards, etc., right? And you tell your family this. Let's say you have 3 kids, they're all teenagers, and a wife. And you say, okay, the 4 of you, I want you to come back with what you think is the biggest priority that we should spend money on this summer. And your first kid's like, I want to go to Disney World. And your second kid's like, no, you know what we need? A new sports car. I think that'd be a blast. And the third kid's like, no, you know what we need? A new in-ground pool. And your wife's like, no, you know what we need? We need to go on vacation and visit my family in France. $20,000 vacation. And you're like, actually, I think we need to pay the mortgage and the electric bill. It's not going to be popular for you to look at each of that person in the family and say, we can't afford what you're doing. We can't afford what you're doing. We can't afford what you're doing. It'll be very unpopular to say, no, we can't spend that. We can't do that. The people that aren't signing the checks are like, boo, spend. I would prefer the money go kept to the people that have earned it. That's where I'd prefer the money went. That's where I would like it to go. I would like the, by a long shot, largest government in the history of the world, with the largest budget in the history of the world, to stop bilking people from more of their hard-earned money. That's where I would like the money to go. Now, is it true that hypothetically, in a land of milk and honey, where let's be clear, there'll never be utopia, there will always be losers. And I don't mean losers like, you're a loser. I mean, there'll be winners and losers. That's inevitable. There's always going to be people through no fault of their own that get a raw deal. It's just inevitable. Some people are born with debilitative diseases. Some people are born into shitty households. There's nothing, there's nothing really you could do about the chance of life, the gamble of life, that stuff. That we could try our best to minimize the effects of that, but it'll never be eliminated. I get that, right? I get it. Totally understand that, right? But in a world where things are going overwhelmingly good and there aren't significant problems, am I really that pissed off that I pay 5% of my earnings to taxes, which then goes to building bridges and roads, or goes to helping poor kids that really wouldn't have a chance to get a leg up, get a career? No. The problem is, that's not where the money goes. That's not what happens. Let me put it in a way maybe that's easier for people to understand. Let's say that there's a person in, just take a random country, Nicaragua, right? So there's a person in Nicaragua and they're a reporter and they start reporting on local elections and they see this act of corruption that the local mayor or whatever is corrupt. And this reporter, all of a sudden, grandma is executed by the corrupt regime. And then his uncle's executed. And then him and his wife and their 3-year-old daughter escape a near assassination attempt. Am I okay with that person seeking asylum in the United States? Yeah. Sure. The problem is, once you say yes, this is what happens. Oh, so you're for asylum. Then this person, and this person, and this person, and this person, and these 2 million, and these 5 million, and these 10 million, and these 20 million. Oh, they want to bring their families, and they have to go. And this person, well, they're not really being assassinated, but they're an economic migrant, and they deserve asylum too. You already said some people deserve asylum. So then someone like me is forced to go, yeah, okay, if you're taking advantage of the system, then no, fuck it. No more asylum for anyone. But what about that guy in Nicaragua? You don't care about him and his family? I did care. I cared, but you took advantage of that. You took advantage of the fact that I had a big heart, and you made a system that was destroying our country. So now we have no choice but to say, no, sorry, can't do it. And this is the way so much in life goes. Halloween, you can't be there. You set out a bowl of candy. You say, everybody take one. One kid takes 2. You got a little Ring camera and you see it. Okay, no big deal. Who gives a shit? Life goes on. Next year you set it out. One kid takes the whole bowl. Next year you set it out. One kid takes the whole bowl. Then the third year you go to set it out, right? The kid's sitting there waiting. You set that bowl out? You setting it? You might go, you know what? I'm not going to set the bowl of candy. Oh, so you don't give a shit about the kids. You don't care about the kids. That's what you, well, no, I care. Oh, well, then you're going to set the bowl out. Well, no, I know it's just going to be taken by one person. The kids aren't going to get it. Oh, so you don't give a shit about the kids. That's the problem. There is a libertarian argument that you see people are making, taxation theft. I'm not a complete libertarian. I think that we should have some room for small forms of taxation. If we had a system where we had competent and benevolent people that were spending that tax money wisely on people that deserved, I think there would be very little criticism for people like me. The problem is, that is the vast minority of how the money is spent. There is not an issue, there is not a person alive that you couldn't find some sort of like, let's take taxation out of it. Let's say that Elon Musk knocks on anyone here who's listening's door, anyone, and says, how you doing? I randomly picked your name out of Twitter users, X users. Your name came up. Here's what I'm going to do. I have $1 billion, $1 billion. Whatever cause you want to give it to, I will. You name it. Every one of us could find a cause, And it doesn't have to be a cause like climate change. It could be, my God, my pastor down the road, such a great guy. He helped kids his whole life. Now he's struggling financially. He's going to lose his home. Why don't you give him some money? All of us could come up with something like that. All of us probably, if we're people that are social to some context, you probably some way engaged in some form of public charity, whether it be giving your own money or you worked at a benefit, a spaghetti dinner or, right, something. So if it's magic-free money that's not being taken from anyone, and you could say, hey, don't you think the orphans deserve a few presents under the Christmas tree? Sure. Yeah. Okay. How does that justify the fact that we're so trillions in debt at this point that paying the interest quarterly is now as much as like 90% of our defense spending, etc. We've maxed the credit cards. The country has maxed the credit cards. So when I say they don't give a shit about you, look at them spending all of this money in places like Ukraine, and someone retorts with, oh, so then you want them to spend the money on the people you're talking about. No, I want them to allow those people to keep their money and stop spending us into ridiculous debt that my children and his children will have to pay off. That's what I want. I understand, and this was one of the messages of Ron Paul that he was totally correct about. Ron Paul runs on a difficult proposition, which is, we're going to have to tighten our belt. We're going to have to cut a lot of programs. People don't want to hear that shit. No. You have to run on everything's going to be fine. The economy's immediately going to be great. No one wants to hear, yeah, there's going to be some tough times ahead. If you make $10,000 a year and this year you spend $20,000, you can pay that money back. That means you've got to, if you spend more than you have one year, now to catch up, you have to spend less than what you make. And no, that doesn't mean that I don't give a shit about students or I don't give a shit about homeless people. It's that the people that are running the programs that we're told that we need to fund end up doing shit with them. For example, Gavin Newsom in California spend ass loads, billions of dollars on the homeless that they can't account for. Where did it go? We don't know. Remember they were building affordable housing and shit? Would they end up building like 2 apartments? Billions of dollars. Oh, you're against it? So you're against homeless people being housed? No. Who said that? Biden spent what, $47 billion on building electric charging stations? Not one's been built. Oh, so you don't think people that have electric cars should be able to charge their car? Can I stream for 8 more hours? Doubt. It's not popular to run on, dude, we've spent too much. We have to stop spending. How do you run on that? Your district's like, but we need that government money. We need it. Send it to us. I need my fix. It's so easy. Tell me right now that it wouldn't win a huge portion of the vote if Trump or Biden came out and said, dude, swear to God, first act I take when I'm elected is to send every single American a check for $5,000. Day after I'm in office, $5,000 in your bank account. Boom. You know damn well there is a huge, we saw it with the stimulus checks. There's a huge portion of people in this country who'll say, oh boy, $5,000? Fuck yeah, send it here. Let's do it. Now we all know that, take a step back, like, whoa. This isn't a workable solution. This shit can't happen. Probably Zen. That's probably true if someone comes into debate. So no, when I talk about the fact that our government would rather send money to Ukraine than people back here, that they should be helping back here, that doesn't mean that I would say, oh, then take the pool of money they spent in Ukraine and then give it to Gavin Newsom and leave him build affordable housing for homeless people. No, I also think that's shitty. How about leave the people keep it? How about pay off the debt? But when you're on the establishment side, it's easy to argue from that point. It's easy. It's easy to appeal to people's emotions. You don't think children... WIC program? You don't think children that come from poor families deserve milk? You monster! I already did the AI guy. That was a fun debate. So anyways, we got off a little track there, but it was fun. Thank you, Phil. Pat. You know, and look, I'm no great thinker. I'm a normal fucking dude. I do home health care for $20 an hour. Thank God I make that now. When I started in this field, I made $9.50 an hour like 13, 14 years ago. I worked my ass off. I work at least at a minimum half the week, literally 24/7 at work. I don't get paid 24/7 because I don't get paid for my sleep shifts there. I don't know, Zen, hopefully. But it's my fault. I dicked around in college. I drank a lot. So now I'm going to be 40 here in July, and it is what it is. But I like my job, and I love my family. I'm a pretty happy guy. But I ain't nothing special. I'm just a redneck who does home health care, who was a decent debater in college. That's it. If I tried selling debate coaching, so not really. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm some world-class economist or lawyer or foreign policy expert like so many people try to tell you on here. But I dabble. And I can see people that I respect like Milton Friedman. You know, Friedman basically made the argument, you could have open borders or you could have a welfare system. Pick one. My understanding is Friedman was absolutely fine with the idea of an open border. If you want to come to this country and you want to work, great. If there's a place of employment for you and you're willing to outcompete the person who wanted to work and you do a better job, so be it. You're welcome here. That's the American spirit. But there ain't no handouts. Not for you, the immigrant coming in, and not for the person that was born here. No handout for them either. Can't make it on your own? See you later. But you can't do both. You can't basically pay huge portions of this country, working age people, to say, now you don't have to work, and then say, oh boy, we need employees. Let's import them. Right. I hate poor people. Right. You can't do it. I know, Blue Skittle. You know, this, by the way, this gets me to Andrew Wilson from The Crucible was on Tim Pool debating Richard Spencer. Now, admittedly, I probably only saw 50% of it because I was actually doing some physical therapy. Yeah, I mean, healthcare is shit here. It's absolutely true. There's so many things about the healthcare system that don't make sense here. We'll get to Andrew on Timcast here in a minute. For example, this, like, I mean, I don't give a shit if my audience hates this. This is an absolute true statement. Why is my health care tied to my employment? Like, for example, let's say I have a plan that's $1,000 deductible, and I pay $200 a month from my paycheck into my insurance, and I lose my job. And say, well, I want to continue to pay $200 a month. It's like, no, you can't keep that insurance. And you might say, well, that's because your company is paying a certain portion in. Okay, then what if I choose to make up what the company's paying? I'm perfectly capable. That is absolutely true. I am capable of getting a plan outside my employment, but not the same plan I had during the employment. Like, for example, if I get a mortgage, it's not tied through my employment. Bank doesn't give a shit. As long as they're getting their money, they don't give a shit. But not insurance. That's different. And I know people that are like truck drivers that are basically private contractors, and they had a hell of a time finding private insurance. Like, a really difficult time. But it's a complicated situation, right? Like, Insurance companies are there to make a profit as well. So, like, for example, the idea of, what do they call it? Prior conditions. What do they call that? There's a word they use for it. If I don't have insurance and I'm in the private market and I go and I say, by the way, I'm diabetic and have cancer, I understand the insurance company being like, okay, we don't want to insure you because we're going to lose money. Or we'll insure you, but you're going to be paying like a $200,000 deductible. Pre-existing, that's it. Thanks, Rich Bull. It's your brain fart there. What do you want them to do? I sold life insurance for a brief amount of time. Life insurance, they have this shit down to like a mathematical equation. That's all life insurance is. Life insurance companies like, we're going to clear per person this much money over the lifetime of this policy, on average. And the way the life insurance companies make money is they might lose money on you. So let's say there's Rich Bull, there's Alice McGee, Hulkus, and Alley Cat. And let's say I'm selling life insurance and I sell all of you a premium. It might be different amounts, etc., but you're all paying $100 a month. And I figure whatever the payout would be to you at the life insurance company for you if you make payments on that for 10 years, then I'll win. My company starts gaining a profit after 10 years. Now, maybe Rich Bull passes away the day after he signs his policy. Okay, we lose money on that policy, but the other three of you make it 30 years, 40 years. The bigger the sample size, the more the averages will end up being correct. That's it. And life insurance companies, they're not dealing with a pool of 10 people. They're dealing with pools of millions and millions of people. So yes, there are outliers, but inevitably that graph, they know exactly what they have to charge and exactly what the premium would be. And here's the little secret that you didn't know. You ready? They're going to make money. And that's okay. Of course, we understand that. No one's working for free. They're not a charity. They're going to make money. Now you could say, are they making too much money? But that's different. But they're there to make money. They're not there because they're like, you know what, we're going to lose money, but we think this is important. That's not the case. Same's true of health insurance. That's it. That's the truth. They're there to make money. End of story. So if you didn't plan, and what is insurance anyway? What's life insurance? Here's another secret, right? This is a secret about life insurance. You ready? If you have any discipline whatsoever, and even the most base amount of knowledge, whatever your policy would be through life insurance that you're going to get, if you instead of paying your $100 a month, your $200 a month or whatever, instead of paying that, if you had the discipline to take that money, to prudently invest it and never touch it over the course of your lifetime, you would end up with more money from that investment money most of the time over what your life insurance will pay out. It's just true. So why do I personally have a life insurance policy? Because I'm not disciplined. That's why. That's exactly why. Because I can't do that. I'm an idiot. As soon as I got tight one month, I'd be like, well, there's money in that. Let's take that money. We'll put it in later. And then I wouldn't. And then all of a sudden I'm 70 and I'm on my deathbed and my kids have to find out a way to pay my funeral expenses. And I'm leaving them with nothing. Well, that's true. You could be someone who dies early. Absolutely true. So there is some insurance in that. What you're really buying is peace of mind. That's what you're buying. Yes, I could do 10 jumping jacks for $10. No, I choose not to. That's what you're buying. Same with car insurance. Whatever your premium, like someone like me, it's paying a premium on car insurance, whatever it is. I don't know quite. It just comes out. I've never had an accident. So I've never used my car insurance. So if I have an accident tomorrow after I'm almost 40, so 20-something years of paying car insurance, whatever the insurance pays out, there's an overwhelming chance that I've paid way more money in to what they're going to take out. True. That's true, Kinetic. There are tax issues and stuff, but we're just talking in generalities. So, the same's true of medical insurance. So, for example, there's something, and again, I can't tell you the specifics of this. I don't quite know how it works. But have you ever filled out your taxes and they'll ask if you've contributed to an HSA, a health savings account? So a health savings account is a special account that like is taxed at a much lower rate or not taxed. I'm not quite sure exactly how it works. That you put into a bank account that can only be used for medical purposes. Now, if you took the money you're paying in healthcare premiums on average and put it into an HSA, and you're the average person, because you would end up having more money to spend on your health care when you need it later in life than you would if you have health insurance that you're paying into. And how does it work like that? How do I know? Because the health insurance people are mathematically figuring out how to make money. So they're going to adjust their prices with the market. So let's say there wasn't health insurance. There's a lot of places you'll hear anecdotal stories. Like, for example, one area that health insurance wasn't covering for a while, and I remember talking to people that know more about this than me, was LASIK eye surgery. And the price of LASIK just keeps tumbling down and down and down and down. Why? Because people are paying for it out of pocket, or were, and there's a lot of competition in the market. Oh, they do it for $1,000, we could do it for $800. Oh, they do it for $800, we could do it for $600. I did lose a few pounds. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It sort of, there are a lot of people like weird, like chiropractors around here. Don't take insurance. They'll be like $40 a visit. Yeah, I contribute to an HSA, and now it's paying off for me because I have a son who goes to the doctor. I hadn't been to the doctor. I'll tell you right now, this is bad to admit. I hadn't been to the doctor in 20 years, other than emergency work stuff. When I would get hurt at work, there used to be some clients I took care of that there would be acts of violence, and I would end up having to go to the emergency room. But I just hadn't been to the doctor. Physicals for work. Other than that, but I contributed to an HSA, and now a lot of those deductible that I have to pay, it's in my HSA. No problem. So, in a world that, like, insurance didn't exist, no one came up with it, or it was illegal or something, right? Here's what would happen. There'd be a small percentage of people that hadn't had enough chance to save up and wouldn't be able to afford their health care. For example, you're 23 and all of a sudden you hurt your back at work. You've only been working 4 years and it's going to be $40,000 surgery. The prices of that surgery would be astronomically lower than they are today, as we'll get to, as the insurance inflates the cost of that. But yeah, there would be people that wouldn't be able to afford that. They might have to take out a loan or something. Vita for Super Chat said, did I say BPF fight with Tim Pool? Thoughts when you talked to BPF? He was planning on being on both shows, but he was only in the AM show. Did Tim Pool get mad? We'll talk about that in a second. Remind me. Wife and kids are doing great, Minute Man. Thank you. So most people, though, would end up far better off. They'd pay far less. They'd end up with more money in their pockets, etc. That's how the vast majority of people would be. But, and here's the real problem. There would be that percentage of young people that didn't have enough money to save up. But there would also be a big pile of people that didn't save up. Andrew Wilson's BPF, Big Papa Fashion. There'd be people that just chose not to save. Yeah, I didn't see that conservative carnage. It's also difficult to talk about things like that without violating terms of service. Right? So, what do you do then? So let's say my coworker, very similar to me, we go to the same activities, same church, raise our kids together, the same Little League games, whatever. Work the job next to each other on the assembly line or in the cubicle, whatever our job is. Make similar amount of money. I chose every year to put aside $10,000 for future medical expenses. He chose not to. They took an extra vacation every year. Okay. Now he's 65. Medical emergency. What do we do? You just say, sorry, dude. Sorry, you can't get health care. Well, the problem is, it doesn't matter what you think should be, because I can tell you what would be. We do not have the political will in this country to say, sorry, dude. People would say, you can't let that guy just die. Someone's got to take care of him. Okay. So then the hospital has to take care of him. Okay. So who pays the bill? The hospital's not going to lose money. So what are they going to do? What would they do? What do you think would do if the hospital now has to take care of this? Well, maybe in China they'd turn them out. What would the hospital do in that situation? Bill the state. The state's not. We're not paying it. You're almost there. They're going to bill someone. Someone's going to pay. Someone's paying for that. Who pays? You. Okay. Then we'll up the cost of all of our procedures. 5% increase in all the procedure costs. That's right. This is the argument, right? This was what Obamacare boiled. This is how insidious Obamacare was, right? It's so ridiculous. I'm in college at the time of Obamacare. I got a bunch of college-age friends. Super excited. 95% of my college friends. Oh, Obamacare, free healthcare. Excellent. What a great idea. Love it. And I'm trying to explain to them, I'm like, listen, this is what's happening. There's basically 4 types of people when it comes to insurance, right? Or with healthcare, when it comes to healthcare. There are people that are using the service and people that are not using the service. In other words, people going to hospitals, doctors, etc., and people that aren't. That's 2 groups. And in those groups are people that are paying and people that aren't. So the 4 groups are people using the service that are paying, people that are using the service that aren't paying. People not using the service who aren't paying. Those were the 3 groups we had. And what we were told is, it costs too much money. Well, who's it cost too much money for? If you're not paying, it's not costing you money. So people using the healthcare service that aren't paying, it ain't costing them shit. And people not using the healthcare service that aren't paying, ain't costing them shit. So the group that's getting shafted, the group that's saying it costs too much, are the people using the service that are paying for it. That's the group that's like, this is bullshit. Why should we have to pay for this group that's using the service and not paying for it? Bullshit. But you can't get blood from a turnip. If they don't have money to pay, what do? You can't. So they were like, here's what we do. We need another group to pay. So who was the group that was going to pay? People not using the service that currently aren't paying. Now they're going to pay. Now, what group do you think on average that would be in the United States? Can you name me a demographic that you think is less likely to use healthcare services? If you had to pick a demographic, what group would you say, that's probably a group on average that's less likely to use healthcare? Young people, not just jobless, young people in general. Because it turns out young people in general are more healthy. You have less problems. Obamacare, all of my college friends that were like, free healthcare for me. I was like, you dumbass. You're going to pay for it in the end, you idiot. And I had this one friend in particular. I'll never forget this. He made some bad life decisions that led to him being in a wreck, that led to him having exorbitant healthcare bills, which, by the way, he wasn't paying. He made like $5 a month payment on these tens, if not 100. He got life flighted. Something was like 100-something thousand he owed. He didn't like that. He was like, Obamacare will mean I don't ever have to pay that back. It'll pay all of that. And I was like, oh my God, that's not what's going to happen, dude. Yes, I'm all for it. And I bumped into that kid 2 years later. And you know what he was bitching to me about? Can you guess? Can you guess what he was complaining about? You'd have to kind of know how Obamacare worked to get this. I'd be shocked if someone could tell me what his actual complaint was. No, I don't think Trump will win the election. I don't think the establishment will let him. I'll give like 30 seconds. I'd be so impressed if someone could get. What do you think this guy's situation ended up being? If you get the government involved in healthcare, the same thing will happen to it as the same thing that happened when the government got involved in education. Medical debt, that's not really. No one takes his insurance. Medical bills too expensive. Forced because Bud GAF, you're very close. He was pissed because he was forced to pay for insurance. No, he didn't have insurance, but he was pissed. Does anyone know why? Do you remember how Obamacare worked? That's right. Because the rule was if you didn't have insurance when you did your taxes, you had to pay a penalty. That's right. So now he still didn't have insurance and now had to pay the penalty in taxes. That's how that ended up. His free insurance that was going to pay his $100,000. Well, he still owed that $100,000. And now he had to pay the fine for not having insurance. What a crock of shit. And this dude couldn't see it. Couldn't see that was predictably. Couldn't see it at all. Now, Medicare for All is a boon. I'm sorry. I'm not going to, it's such shit. The idea that people are going to, no. The problem is this. The reason that Medicare for All and all of these socialized medicine schemes won't work is, in theory, they absolutely could work. If you have 10,000 people that all have the same agenda and are pushing for the same thing, we're all willing to pay into this system, we're all willing to do our fair share, we're all willing to use the service when it's necessary, then yes, absolutely socialism could work. Socialized healthcare could work. Socialized energy production could work, socialized ownership of the means of production. All of it could work in that hypothetical. The problem is the hypothetical is not how things play out because you're not going to find a total homogenous group of people all working towards the same goal, willing to play the same game. What's going to happen is you have certain amounts of freeloaders, etc. And so what happens is when you get the government involved in this, you have corruption, you have incompetence, and what happens is the prices of everything exorbitantly rise. This is the same argument that's made about education. If only the government got involved in higher education. For example, if they, guaranteed student loans, then it would be affordable for everyone to go to college. And so we went from a system in the 70s where you could work a part-time job and pay your way through a state school to now you basically are in perpetual debt the rest of your life to get a degree that means less and less. Why? Because the government got involved. And as soon as they got involved, schools said, oh boy, let's raise tuition. Let's hire exponentially more administrators. Bullshit jobs that aren't doing anything. Not actually educating people, that's what we'll do. We'll get them involved. And then what happens? Well, the people that advocated for the socialized government involvement into education, they don't say, well, fuck, look how wrong we were. Look at how the education system's a mess now. We need to backtrack. They say, the problem is the government didn't get involved enough. Here's what they should do. Now the government should totally forgive everyone's loans. Let's do that. Forgive all their loans. That'll make it work. That'll work. That'll drive the cost of education down. What do you think's going to happen when that happens? Well, the price of tuition's going to go up. All of a sudden, fuck it, we'll give you... Sure, the schools will say, fuck yeah, well, loans? Shit, yeah, here's $5 million loan. Have at her. Or you have a system like Canada with death panels now, which we were told wouldn't happen in the United States. Oh, what's that? You broke your leg? Have you considered suicide? Or you get in a wait list in Europe. Remember we were told how great the UK health system was? Remember that? Oh, that's the model that we should go after. Then during COVID, it was like, God, they're doing fucking terrible. Once they were like, yeah, we're not going to fund puberty blockers anymore. Those heathens, said the progressives. Wait, I thought that's where we were supposed to be modeling ourselves. Next time you go to a hospital and get like some sort of procedure, like an IV saline bag or something, ask for an itemized receipt. How much was that saline bag that you got? $500, really? Probably cost them $2 to make. Why does it cost so much? You ain't paying it, your insurance is. It's fucking fake money to you. Let me give you another example. I went to a state school, Clarion University. Got my undergraduate from there. Here's 2 stories from around my time in Clarion University. Now, the first I don't have as much confidence in, but I do believe this is true. Excuse me. 5-10 years before I went to the university, I lived in the town, around the town, so I could see when buildings are being built or parking lots, etc. There was a new dorm that they were putting in and a parking lot that they were putting in for this dorm. And I remember the parking lot being started to be built, and then all of a sudden it was delayed. And once I got to the university, I remembered that from when I was young, never asked about it. And I remember someone telling me, that, like a professor told me, like, you know what happened? They didn't call 411. Now, that's an oversimplification, but basically they didn't get the correct permits to see through the township, like where the gas lines were running. So they started to build this fucking parking lot and then realized you can't build it there. And it ended up costing like over $1 million and in just an oopsie. Do you think the school gave a shit? Of course not. They didn't pay it. It's fake money. Whatever. That's government money. We don't give a shit. And they didn't. At all. They don't care. The other story, I can all but confirm this is true. They built a new science building. And the science building's got, I guess it looks neat. Take your own personal preference. It's green in the middle of this brick building, red brick building, and there's this big green hunk of metal that runs through it. Maybe I'll take a picture someday and I'll show you. It's copper. Why? Does it have something to do with science? Well, no. But it cost a lot. Purely decorative. Why? Now, the Clarion University, at this point, is struggling to keep enrollment numbers up. So wouldn't it behoove them, instead of spending whatever millions of dollars that costs, to say, we're just going to knock that off people's tuition? But no. You know why? Does anyone know why they would choose to spend millions of dollars on this piece of metal for purely decorative reasons? Does anyone have... Again, this might be difficult for people to come up with. But when you hear it, it makes sense. Does anyone know why a state university would do that? And that's important, that it's a state university. It's funded by the government. Because it looks small. Possibly, yes. Why would they do it? That's right. University nails it exactly. Because they had to spend the money. That's why. Because what happens when you get a state budget is this. Let's say I get a state budget of $1 million a year. Tax money sent to me for my business. Right? Totally paid for by the taxpayer. And let's say I do a hell of a job this year and I realize, actually I only needed $500,000. I budgeted, I did things smartly, I only need $500,000. You know what happens when I go back for my budget next year? State says, oh cool, you did it for $500,000? That's all we're giving it to you this time. So I'm incentivized to say, well shit, I gotta spend this $500,000,000. If I don't spend $500,000, I'm gonna lose out in my next budget. That's right, neighbor guy gets it. Never ever spend under budget. Absolutely. Even on the debate team, I learned this. The debate team, we got funded through the university. And so, now we ended up needing extra money, and here's why. Because we did really good. So we made it to like the national debate tournament. So we had to go request more money because it's like we are literally qualified for the most prestigious debate tournament in the country. And it was like pulling teeth. They weren't going to fund us. And our budget was like something like $6,000 or something. They weren't going to fund us. But before that, when I first started, it was known when you're requesting money from the university, you have to spend what they give you, because if not, they're going to cut your budget next year. When it's government money, who gives a shit? That's right. That's why they need so many administrators. What are we going to do? We have an extra $300,000. Let's hire a DEI administrator. Pay them $300,000. Boom. There you go. Yeah, increase our budget next year. Yeah, Jimmy Beam gets it. When I was in management in my last career, I loved the last quarter. It was like Christmas. We got to buy all the shiny things, give bonuses, surplus. Exactly. And when it's government money, it's basically not real. Whatever, it's not yours. The government's just giving you money. By the way, it's the same idea in Congress when it comes to printing money from the Federal Reserve. Who gives a shit? Doesn't affect you. You can't directly... Now, take that out of it and take your personal budget for you and your family. You can't do that shit, right? If you know you're making $100,000 net at the end of the year, after tax and everything, you're going to have $100,000. And you add up your bills, your mortgage, your car payment, your electric bill, and you come to the conclusion that's going to cost $70,000. That means I have a surplus of $30,000. You would never be like, fuck it, let's get a big hunk of copper and put it in the yard. Because next year our budget will only be $70,000. If we don't, you would never do that. You would say, great, we saved money. That's awesome. You wouldn't feel the need to spend it on frivolous shit. But when it's not your money, yeah, sure, whatever. But it's not free. Someone's paying for it. The taxpayer, they're paying for it. Or the consumer, whose value of their dollar is less because of inflation. That's what happened to universities. How can it be that the price, even if measured against inflation, the cost of tuition has gone up exponentially over the cost of tuition? At the exact same time, the number of educators haven't really increased. They're staying very similar with the amount of students. And yet the amount of administrators has gone through the roof. How did schools operate in the 70s with 10% of the administrators? If the administrators are that important, surely these schools were failing miserably back then. Well, no, it's because they're just giving people fake jobs that do nothing. That's it, paying them exorbitant fees. But that money comes from somewhere. Where's it come from? Well, we'll raise tuition. Well, then people will stop going there. No, because the students don't give a shit. They're not paying the money. They're getting a loan. We don't give a shit. What's the difference to them? Oh, here's a loan I'll have to pay back 20 years from now. Who gives a fuck? 10,000, 80,000. Who gives a shit? Same to them. Oh, and by the way, some president will come along and erase it anyways. So I don't give a shit. That's what happens. And the school says, oh boy, let's raise the tuition even more and hire more phony baloney administrators. Meanwhile, the quality, thank you 5D Force, appreciate the sub, really appreciate it. Meanwhile, the quality of the education goes down, 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 down. Used to be a 4-year degree meant something. Now it don't mean shit. And not only doesn't it get you less and less, it's now becoming the norm for most jobs that you need that, or many jobs that you need that, whereas before it was sort of an exceptional thing, you stood out a little. But also, your actual education you're getting is less. So when you talk to employers, they're like, yeah, we end up retraining the people anyways that came from these institutions. That's what happens. Because the government got involved. Healthcare would be the same way. Am I going to trust the people to manage my healthcare that just spent $47 billion to fund green energy pumps and they haven't made not one electric pump? Not one. But if you just give those people complete control over your healthcare, it'll work out fine. Trust us. Who believes that? Is it possible if you were playing a game, right? Like a game like Civilization or something. You're playing a computer game and you're managing an economy. Can socialism work? Sure. But it has to have benevolent, competent people. And it has to have a population that's sort of almost all pushing in the same direction. The reason the more socialist countries have worked, like in the Scandinavian countries, is one, because they had natural resources and through capitalism they were able to achieve great amounts of wealth. And second, they had sort of a homogenous population. I don't mean by race. That's not what I'm talking about. Oh, they're all white people or they're all Hispanic. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean that they were all a group of people that culturally shared similar values and were all willing to have that high trust society playing the same sort of game. They understood there will be a certain percentage of people that will just be lazy or manage their funds improperly, et cetera, et cetera. Then there'll be a percentage of people that just have bad luck, that were born with a debilitative disease or get in some accident or, something of that case. But in general, the vast majority of the population will work, and they'll put aside percentage of their money, and when everyone's doing that, it works out. 95% of the population can pay for the 5% that falls through the cracks. But what can happen is 10% of the population pays for 90% of the people that choose not to work. It won't work. And that's increasingly what we're seeing in the United States. When the government has any sort of welfare program, they incentivize the very thing the welfare sought to provide for. So, for example, if you have welfare programs for single mothers, guess what that's going to create? We don't have to guess because we've seen the experiment play out. It's what the war on poverty did. The Moynihan Report in the 60s said, well, it's a crisis that in the black community, 25% of black children are born out of wedlock. They end up in single-parent households. 25%. That was a crisis. Now the number's over 70%. For blacks, for whites, it's over 60%. It was a crisis when it was 25%. So they saw a problem, said, we need to solve this. Single parent, that's a big problem. And they've tripled it. Yeah, that's right, Rick and Wally. And the truth is, the Scandinavian countries will laugh at you if you call them socialists. They're not. They're capitalists. They're a mixed economy, just like the United States. Socialism entails government control of the means of production. That's socialism. Communism goes further and says government controls the means of production and you also have no private property. That's how I believe those are correct. That's how I define it. Scandinavian countries don't have government control of the means of production. There are some government institutions, some government companies, but they're private companies. It's capitalists, right? But there is a sliding scale. There are countries that have more socialist policies. So a policy that is Medicare for all, that is a socialist policy that can exist in a capitalist or a mixed economy. But it's more socialist. It's more giving the government control over one area of production or one area of consumption. So you could say, okay, you have a mixed economy, you have private property, you have private business, but Medicare for all. That's more socialist. I think people get caught up on these semantics. Well, that's not real socialism. That's not real capitalism. Yeah, true, but I would argue that the closer we get to capitalism and away from socialism, the better things tend to get. Because in general, corruption and incompetence at the state level will always siphon more production off than individuals having control over their own wealth. That's my feeling. So, for example, when we could, like something simple in the United States, we could say there's a problem with big businesses influencing our government. Agreed. I agree, that's a problem. Now, there's two ways to deal with this hypothetically. Give the government more power, which is sort of moving towards socialism. If we gave the government more power to regulate the businesses, that would stop the ability of the business to influence our government. I see that as the exact opposite of what we should do. Because you know what happens? When you give the government more power to regulate business, all you've done is give the businesses more incentive to buy the government. That's what you've done. So they say, oh boy, now we'll really get the politicians in there we want and they can go after our competitors. But not us. We'll carve loopholes out for us. Whereas if you just said the government will not have the ability to regulate and pick and choose winners, then what's the point of lobbying? If theoretically we passed a law or amended the Constitution to say something to the effect, the government has no ability to regulate any industry, and I become congressperson, and Google says, Rob, here's $10 million, they've just pissed their money away. Even if I stand up and I say, I'm going to go to bat for Google, who gives a shit? It's toothless. I have no ability as a congressperson to do anything. The problem with lobbying isn't that money is being sent from a company to a politician. The problem is they're buying something. That's the problem. It's twofold. One, that ensures the people that the company wants gets elected, and it increases artificially the cost of running for a campaign, which means some Joe Schmo like me or you has almost zero chance in any competitive national election. And second, it's because then that politician has the ability to benefit that company in some way. That's the problem. If there was no ability for the government to influence, then the companies would say, well, shit, we're just pissing our money away. Why spend money to get robnoerr elected when he can't do shit, even if he's elected? We're not going to spend the money. Then that solves the second problem. Okay, then I'm not getting millions of dollars from companies, which means I'm running my election now for $20,000, $30,000, which means you that are running against me has a chance. But instead, it's the opposite. That we're told, Citizens United, we need the government to come in and regulate more. That's what the socialists, that's what the lefties say. And we've ran this experiment. Like, here's the other thing, right? You could say, hypothetically, yeah, but look on paper, here's why these socialist policies could work. But my answer is always going to be like, but in this country, at this time, can we at least agree with this? If there's a big pool of money, right? And money's just sort of the manifestation of our labor, our goods and services, right? How much shit we made and the physical labor and the intellectual labor and all that stuff put in this big ball. And that's what the money represents. And we're saying we need that money to benefit as many people as possible. Would you at least argue that whoever we put in charge of divvying that money out, their competency and their credibility matters? If it's a corrupt asshole who's a moron, that's bad. I don't think that's a difficult proposition, right? Correct? I think most people, even a socialist, would agree, of course. If the government owns the means of production and it's a corrupt, stupid government, it ain't gonna end well. Everybody agree? Now, what government do we have? Do we have a non-corrupt, very intelligent government? The one that just spent $40-something billion to build electric pumps and built zero? Does that sound like the government you want to have total control over? The means of production? Is that what it sounds like? Of course, we could run the experiment. One of the most beautiful, naturally wealthy states in the country is California. Has been devastated by these socialist policies. One of the most socialist states. Devastated. Just pissing money away. It's not entirely true. Countries with lax regulations do not always use that money to give their employees as little as possible. That's not true. There are other checks on that through in the free market. Can anyone name me a policy in, say, the past 4 or 5 years that they think's a really close manifestation of socialism? Like a big policy. When I say socialist policies that have been done in the United States in the last 5 years, can someone name me a good example of one? I think there are checks on monopolies in a libertarian society as well, but I think it's foolish to say that one couldn't exist. Green New Deal, socialist policy, but that's not the one I have in mind. Obamacare, no, not what I have in mind. There is a really direct, can you think of a direct policy where the government that's it, TLSKB gets it. How about this? Here's an example of socialism. The government saying, we'll control the means of production by saying, fuck you, you can't work if we say you're non-essential. But we'll also then send huge piles of money out. How'd that work out? How'd that socialist policy work out? Well, one of the largest transfers of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class in the history of this country. And so was the socialist answer, oh shit, we were wrong. No! It was, we need to give the government more power. That was their argument. Yeah, sorry, a couple $100 billion came up missing in fraud and shit. Oh well. Whoops. Meanwhile, we're hiring new IRS agents, and if you make any Venmo transaction of over $500, we're gonna like be up your ass with a microscope. But yeah, hundreds of billions just lost. Everyone in the by the way, it was the honest person that got screwed. You know that my wife worked at a bank, so there were actual small businesses that had no fucking clue. The first step that needed like PPP loans, they had no clue what to do. But boy, oh boy, you wouldn't believe the number of people that all of a sudden created a business with them and their brother, got that PPP loan. Just watch Judge Judy. It's amazing how many people are on there. Yeah, me and my sister started a nail business, and yeah, we got the PPP loan, and then she owes me. We went to Cancun, and are you shitting me? That's where my tax dollars went. All right, I did promise I'd talk about Andrew Wilson, Tim Pool. So, first I have to say, full disclosure, I only saw probably 50% because, like I said, I was busy. For those who don't know, Andrew Wilson, friend of mine, runs the channel The Crucible. I think he's a good guy. We don't agree on everything. He's more of a Christian populist. I consider myself a populist, libertarian adjacent person. So there are some differences, but I am a Christian, and I think that this is the way I explain it. When Andrew debated Dave Smith, who's like a libertarian, here's how I look at it. I see that our country is like here, and it's getting worse. It's going more to this direction, and it's bad. And I think we need to go way over here. That's what I think. We're here, we're going here, and I think the answer is to go way over here. And I think the libertarians and the Christian nationalists and the fiscal conservatives and the paleocons, I think they're all going in this direction. Now, at some point here, things diverge. Paleo conservatives go this way, and the Christian nationalists go this way, and the libertarians go this way. That's okay. We can have those debates when we get there. But I'm willing to take a coalition at this point of anyone who wants to move us this way. So for me, when I see Dave Smith debate Andrew Wilson, I think on the important issues, 95% they're in agreement. But of course, when you're having a debate, you're going to argue about the 5% of shit that you disagree with, which is fine. Everyone understands that. But as far as practically, what direction should our country go? I have no problem saying I'm in a lot of agreement in what the Christian nationalists think and what the libertarians think. Do I want a system of no government whatsoever like the libertarians want? No. Do I want a complete Christian nationalist society? No. But those societies are far better for me and my family than where we're at, and more importantly, where we're heading. When we get to the point where we have our disagreements, then we'll have our disagreements. That's my interpretation of where things are going. So that's where I stand with Andrew Wilson. In addition to that, I think Andrew's a friend. It's okay to be friends with people that you don't politically agree with. It so happens that me and Andrew would probably agree politically on 95% of shit, but for what it's worth. And for anyone who disagrees, yes, I just did a mock debate with Andrew, but I've also argued at least twice with him, debated him on Christian nationalism and the disagreements I have with it. I did see that Judge Judy defended Trump. Yep, I saw that, yeah. I didn't respond, but I did see it. So, anyways, so with that disclosure, you know, Andrew's debating Richard Spencer. Now, Richard Spencer, I think, is an accelerationist, which means I think that he's probably still a white nationalist. I can't prove that. He says that he's not, but I think that's where he is. And I think that he feels at this point it's beyond fixing, and so just let shit get as rapidly bad as possible for white people, and then that somehow we can pick up the pieces once shit hits rock bottom. That's what I believe Richard Spencer is. The problem with that sort of ideology is when you admit that that's your ideology, you sort of lose the power of debate on that position because, you're like, no, I think Biden's good, and here's reasons I think he's good. And if you're like, and by the way, this is all bullshit, I think Biden's fucking terrible and will destroy this country, but that's what I want, then it's hard for you to say, oh, by the way, agree with me, Biden's good, you should vote for him, right? It's like satire. You can't announce that it's satire or it sort of no longer is satire, right? So anyways, that's my impression of Richard Spencer. I also think Richard Spencer is, and this is going to sound weird, I have no love for white nationalists. I don't. I don't know exactly what Richard Spencer's position is, and I will say that he was a guy who was easy to hate, and I think as far as political positions, and so my guess is probably a lot of what I've heard about Richard Spencer's supposed political ideology is probably bullshit. It's probably just from people that say Nazi. I don't think Richard Spencer's a Nazi. Having said that, I think there are probably positions he has that I wouldn't care for at all, right? Just saying. So it's a difficult way of saying this. I think that there's probably some truth. It's like Nick Fuentes. It's the same thing, right? I don't watch a lot of Richard Spencer. I don't watch a lot of Nick Fuentes. I hear a lot of people say they're evil white supremacist Nazis. I know that the people that say that shit accuse people like me of being an evil white supremacist Nazi, which couldn't be further from the truth. It's bullshit. So I hesitate to say particularly how much of the rumors are true. I don't know about that. I can tell you this. I debated Richard Spencer. I thought he came across as likable. I thought he came across as pleasant, and he came across as reasonably intelligent. Is it possible to be a Nazi who's pleasant? Again, I'm not calling him a Nazi, but yeah, that's true. And do you say, oh, he's well-spoken, he's a pleasant person, he'd be fun at a cocktail party, so I forgive his ideology that wants to murder all the Jewish people? Of course not. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying I don't think he's a Nazi anyways, and my interactions with him were affable. So I knew Andrew was debating Richard Spencer. I missed the first 15% of the debate. I joined in. I thought when Andrew was hitting his stride, talking about... Oh, so Richard Spencer anyways debates Andrew Wilson on Tim Pool's show, the morning show that's on Tenet Media, which is a less watched show. Anywho, yeah, Ted Bundy was pleasant. That's true. That debate occurred, and when I started tuning in, Andrew Wilson was talking about declining birth rates. I think Andrew's very persuasive on those arguments, and it's something that I happen to agree is a big issue, that the birth rates in the first world and even the second world is declining rapidly, and the solution to this is to import labor from cultures and countries that don't share our beliefs, which is a temporary Band-Aid that won't fix the problem, and it's going to lead to these weird things. So I thought that Andrew was doing well on that. Then I had to go for a while, and I came back, and yeah, that's right. Guess I farted. When I came back in, Tim was going at Andrew over the Civil War thing. Now, I didn't see all of the debate, so I'll ask you all. When people are saying Tim was really arguing with Andrew, is that what you're all talking about? Or did I miss a portion elsewhere, like on the birth rate stuff? Or you all tell me. I haven't had a chance to watch the full debate. The two parts of it I saw was a big chunk in the middle where Andrew was talking about declining birth rates, sort of birth rates in places like Israel. Richard Spencer was like, but don't we, basically Richard Spencer came out as a Malthusian that wants to control the population of the world. He accused Andrew of not reading a history book. I think that was about the Civil War stuff. Yeah, so Drew the Dogman says the Civil War stuff. Yeah, that's the vibe I got. So, I was on Tim Pool's morning show. Then I did the evening show. Andrew was on the morning show. He did not do the evening show. So let me unpack as much as I can here, specifically with Andrew's interactions with Tim, and then just in general, my interactions with Tim. I was not asked to do the evening show, the bigger show. I was asked by Ian Crossland, who works on Tim Pool's show, if I'd be interested in coming on the show. I was asked specifically if I would be interested, what style or format would I like, and I said I wanted to debate someone. That's what I wanted to do. So I would have loved to have debated Destiny, or the Krasensteins, or David Pakman, or insert, Sam Cedar, someone like that, Schenk Uygur. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go on and debate someone for two reasons. One, because that's what I like to do. That's when I have the most fun. And secondly, and maybe selfishly a little more important, that was a place for me to showcase myself to an audience that I normally don't have a chance to reach. I love my audience. I'm currently streaming to probably 100 people. That's amazing. I'm thrilled with that. But when you do someone like Tim Pool's show, now you're talking about reaching tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. Not live, necessarily hundreds of thousands, but that would eventually watch that episode. So I want to put my best foot forward. I wanted to do well enough that people said, who's that guy? I want to tune into his channel. That was the idea, right? Unfortunately, we weren't able to find someone for me to debate. And so instead, they got someone who basically agreed with me. And it was Mr. Weingarten came on. It was great. I thought that show was great. Me and Weingarten had some great back and forth, talked to each other before and after show, played some poker with him. Cool guy, enjoyed it. That was it, okay. As we're playing poker, Tim says, hey man, want to stick around, do the nightcap, do the night show? I said, sure, love to. So they put me up for a hotel another night. That was it. Hung around in Tim's compound. Tim was a very cool guy behind the scenes. I didn't spend a lot of time with Tim because I think one of the things that I didn't realize, maybe you all realize, is when you do a morning show and an evening show and you got all of this stuff going on, it really does take a lot of time. So Tim's got a pretty big staff that he's put together and a pretty big complex there that they're continuing to increase the size of. And I think Tim wanted some R&R and just kind of hung out with some friends or whatever during midday. Was like, hey, you're welcome to stick around here. There's a bunch of stuff to do. If you want to go back to the hotel, whatever, we'll see you tonight. So he left and I hung out with some of the other staff and it was fun. I had a good time, enjoyed it. But I'm not going to say that I sat there and it was like me and Tim went skateboarding and shit. We hung around a couple hours, played poker and stuff. And that was about it. Very cool behind the scenes. Thank you so much, Pentuple TV. We're talking about me being on Tim Pool's show and then my friend Andrew Wilson doing a show this weekend. So that was it. I did the morning show. They liked what I had to say enough to invite me back for the evening show. Now, I was cognitive that the guest for the evening show was someone that was pre-booked. And so I told myself, and even when I called my wife and said, is it cool if I stay for the second show? I said, I'm not going to step on anyone's toes, though. I don't want to come in here and make it the robnoerr show when this guy, Liam Cosgrove, was the guest. And once I ran into Liam, it was the one topic I didn't want to talk about, which was Israel. And he was a big Israel bad guy. So I talked to Liam and I was polite and I told him, you should like me because I'm not necessarily going to agree with you that Israel's super the worst ever, but I do think that they have too much influence in our country and we shouldn't be funding them. Let them do what they want. All right. So then Liam, comes on and, we get up in the production room and we're getting set up and Liam and Tim, they just start going off on each other, almost uncomfortably so. I'm just being honest with you. I don't mind a good heated argument, but Tim's really cutting into Liam, and they weren't even cutting in about the Israel-Palestine. They were cutting in about, you remember the bill that was being passed, the TikTok ban bill? Liam was against it, which I was against it, and Tim was for it. And, Tim was fine. I don't think it was out of line or anything, but it was it was the type of disagreement and this tone that you would have with your best friend that you're fuck you, you idiot, blah, blah, blah. And you'd say that and then you go have a beer. No one cares. But I don't know that you have that sort of tone with someone you barely know. Now, I don't know Liam and Tim's relationship. Maybe they know each other really well. I don't know. But I'll say this. The other people in the room seemed to be a little uncomfortable with it. I didn't give a shit. I thought it was funny. I was like, they're going back and forth. Fine. Whatever. Great. Then when we got into the debate, I've said my piece on this. I had Liam on my show afterwards. I thought Tim was overly hostile to Liam. I did. That's just my honest to God opinion of it. I didn't find myself in the position where I'm like, Tim, what the fuck are you doing? I was trying I thought the best chance to move the conversation to an area I wanted to talk about and away from Israel-Palestine was to look at Liam and say, Tim's already agreed with you that the U.S. shouldn't fund Israel, so let's move on. And of course, David Icke and a bunch of other people said that I was a Zionist shill or some shit. Whatever. Stupid. That's all I wanted. I wanted to talk about things I thought were more relevant about the corruption that's affecting our country. Nonetheless, to each their own. Walked away happy. No problem. See you guys later. That's it. Now Andrew's going to do Tim Pool's show. He's going to be on the morning show debating Richard Spencer. I did ask Andrew if he was going to stick around for the evening show, and he said he would like to, but he never told me he was booked for the evening show. So to clear up one misconception, you'll have to ask Andrew Wilson himself, but I do not believe that Andrew was scheduled to be on Timcast IRL, the evening show, and then him and Tim had an argument during the debate, and Tim was like, fuck you, you're not coming on the evening show. I don't believe that's what happened. I could be wrong, but I do not believe that's what happened. And I'm sure Andrew would probably say the same thing. I think Andrew was probably saying, I'd love to stick around and do the evening show, but I don't know that he was booked to do so. Or maybe someone said, sure, if we have time, we'll have you around for the evening show. Yeah, okay, Zen said, Andrew says he has an open invite back to go on Tenet. Exactly. So I just want to say this, I don't think that the situation was such that show ends, Tim's like, get out of my fucking face, I don't want to talk to you, Andrew. I don't think that's what happened at all. Again, I haven't talked to Andrew, but my guess is, got a little hostile during debate, no hard feelings, we're all adults here, see you later, welcome to come back. That's my guess. That's it, as far as that goes. Secondly, was Tim a little hostile with Andrew? Yeah. I think Tim, and this is just my read of him, from personal interaction with him, seeing his show, and then watching him with Andrew, I think Tim sort of views himself as, this is going to sound so stupid. Let me see if I can come up with a better phrase. He's like, fuck, this is so bad. Like an intellectual alpha. I'm right, fuck you, you're wrong. Don't disagree with me. And I don't know that his argument sometimes lives up to that reputation. That's just my honest opinion. Like, for example, when he's debating Liam on Israel-Palestine, and just out of nowhere, he's like, how many people died in, I forget where he said, Yemen. How many people died in Yemen? And I'm like, I don't see the utility of this. I kind of get what you're saying, but like this was like some spike in the ball, and I was just like, what? So, you know, I felt like Tim's probably much more charitable, my guess is, on issues that he hasn't drawn such a firm line in the sand. And I think with Israel-Palestine, that's something he's sort of drew a firm line in the sand and got pushback. And so his response to the pushback from his audience largely is to double down and be like, no. And I think the other issue, if I had to say what the other issue Tim's really dug in on, and Tim gets a lot of shit from his audience and from a lot of other people, is Tim Pool says a civil war is coming every other day. And so, when it gets, I feel Tim's very defensive. Just like with the Israel stuff. Tim's a Zionist shill, so then he gets very defensive. And the problem is, being that defensive sometimes makes it look like the criticism is justified because you're so defensive. And so I feel like this whole Civil War discussion sort of comes out of nowhere. Like, I feel like, first off, it's Tim's show. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. And I'm not saying Tim's an idiot or anything like that. I enjoyed my time with Tim, just to be clear on that. And it is his show. And he built that show, and I didn't. So I'm not going to sit there and say, this is how you should run a show. I'm not. He's clearly doing something much better than I am as far as building a show and running. And I would not dare to take that away. He does not need advice from some small streaming Andy like me on how to run a show. My preference is, though, when I have guests, is to really leave them steer the direction of the conversation. Whether if it be a debate and I'm moderating, or if I'm just having a guest on that I'm interviewing. I like to allow them to steer the conversation within bounds. And of course, I'm going to get my say in. And sometimes you have to adjust that. Sometimes you get a guest that doesn't seem comfortable in talking a lot. And so maybe you'll, as a host, I'll fill in more to try to get them more comfortable or to try to pad the time out to like, well, I agree with you this, or what do you think about this? But in general, that's my default position. Yeah, Jimmy Beam, I missed the beginning where Richard was praising Biden, so I will have to admit that. But anyways, so I feel like, Andrew is making some good points talking about birth rates and things like that. And then it's just like out of left field, they're like, well, I guess not out of left field because it's germane to a conversation about Biden Trump. Do you think Biden or Trump will win? And Andrew's sort of riffing. He's riffing. And, Andrew's like, I don't think they're going to let Trump win, which I agree. He's like, I don't think it's going to happen. Richard Spencer's like, really? I think Trump. So it's ironic. The guy who's advocating for Biden says, I think Trump will win. And the guy that's advocating for Trump says, I think Biden will win. So it was I thought it would have been interesting to hear that play out. Like Richard Spencer and Andrew talking about that. It seemed like an interesting area of discussion for me. And Tim was like, wow, thank you so much, Ice House, for the follow. I appreciate it. And Tim, if this isn't verbatim, but if I remember, he was kind of like, well, so here's the thing, right? Like, everybody gives me shit for saying a civil war, but here's how it would occur. And he starts explaining this, and Andrew's reaction's very similar to mine. I'm sort of perplexed by what Tim's trying to say, because Tim seems to be having his cake and eating it too. He's sort of saying, when I say civil war, I don't mean North versus South, Grays versus Blues, people picking up guns and lining up, in wood lines and charging Pickett's charge. Like, he's like, that's not what I'm saying. It's not going to be like that, right? It'll be like low-level shit, And Andrew's like, well, I don't. Basically, when you cut out all the bullshit, Andrew's like, I don't really consider that a civil war, because what Tim's sort of saying is like, this is what'll happen. You'll have some illegal immigrant come to a rural town and they'll kill some girl there. And then there'll be a bunch of people in the bar like, you see that illegal immigrant killed that girl and the feds aren't going to do anything. Let's grab guns and go take care of business. And that's how it'll be. And it's like, Andrew's like, well, is that a civil war? And yeah, that's kind of my take on it. And, and so Andrew's a little confused, as I was too, because Tim's like, nah, it'll be like, you'll just have a local law enforcement and shit and say, well, we don't listen to the federal government anymore, and they won't. And like, so you'll see like, when people riot and shit, like it already happens. People won't riot in these like right-wing areas, in these rural areas. They won't do it because the local police, won't. And if shit like that happens, then you'll see. And Andrew's like, nah, I don't think so. I don't think that it's like, and what I would have said, this is where Tim, I think, is wrong. Now, I know what he'll say. I'll give his argument, right? But Tim's argument, if I could boil it down to, it's basically this. Eventually, there'll be sort of a soft split in this country. It won't be anything official, but you'll have a bunch of deep red places that'll just be like, nah, fuck all that. We're not going to listen to the federal government anymore. When they say we're going to send the FBI in and do this and that, we're just going to tell them to pound sand. Nope, not happening. And what you're going to see is a lot of right-wing groups start to engage in the same behavior that you see left-wing groups, right? So when you see left-wing groups decide that they're going to riot and do shit like this, you'll start to see more right-wing groups like January 6th type shit, where people say we're not going to do this. And he's like, because like you'll see like California will have enough electoral votes that they'll be able to ban guns. And so Virginia is going to be like, West Virginia will be like, fuck you, you're not taking our guns, we're not going to listen to you. And they'll have rallies and protests and shit like that, and it'll get, whatever. And that's how it'll go. The problem what Tim's missing is the federal government's not going to allow that. They're not going to be, as he says, disinterested. Now, you could argue things could get to a critical point, such as, because he's like, people will stop paying federal taxes. Okay, try that. Yeah, maybe if 150 million people say, yeah, we're not paying federal taxes. If it happens like that, then sure, the federal government's going to be like, what the hell do we do? But that's not how it'll happen. It'll be like 10,000 people. And then the federal government's going to come and they're going to throw those 10,000 people in prison. And you know what's going to happen? Basically nothing. You know how I know that? Because that's what they're doing with January 6th. And what's happening? Is there mass outrage? No. Andrew's point is, until people are missing meals, you're not going to see people radically revolt. And he's right. That's absolutely true. We're too soft. I am too. I'm not putting myself outside of criticism. I absolutely am. Now, I don't feel that those sorts of things are the strategic way to go anyways. Right? I think that we're still in the information phase. And the way we win is to convince a critical mass of people that we're going up against corrupt institutions. I don't think acts of violence, and I'll be charitable to Tim, not necessarily acts of violence, but civil disobedience of crimes such as I'm not going to pay my taxes. I don't think that's going to help. I don't think that it's going to, you need, and again, for me, I hate to even view it this way, but like for me, the big black pill, give me, just hypothetically, keep it within terms of service. But the incident I'm thinking about is borderline not TOS to talk about, just to give you an idea of where my head is. Name me a national scandal, like the worst you could think of, a hypothetical situation that you would say, that'll get people fired up. Give me an example of something you think that would reach critical mass that people would say, this is it. Nope. It hasn't been the United States, but I think that I see in my head, if I had to craft this horrific scenario, short of like, it's not going to be Watergate. It's not in term. I guess it's difficult to see what's in my head. Yeah, a terror attack might be one thing. What if, hypothetically, we found out that a bunch of illegal immigrants brutally sexually assaulted tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of girls in this country, and it was covered up by police force after police force and politician after politician for decades? What if that occurred? Would that reach critical mass? Would people say, enough? Because that's what happened in England. And you want to know what happened? Nothing. Oh, they got fired up. The Brits got real fired up. They were furious at Tommy Robinson. That's who they were furious at. They were furious at the guy that was like, what the fuck? What's happening? That guy they hate. Boo! Lock him up! How many police officers or politicians got arrested? Well, how many? Take a guess. Dozens upon dozens of cities in the UK. Grooming gangs. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of young girls. Not just sexually assaulted once. Over and over and over. Not a conspiracy. Official government investigation showed police knew about it for decades in most of these places. How many police officers got arrested? How many police chiefs? How many politicians? 0. It's over. No one cares. Where's the anger? Where's the will to change it? Nope. They're more upset at the guy that was like, how can we accept this? Sure, Tommy said some dumb shit that I don't agree with. Sure, he has crude language. He looks like an archetypical character of a racist villain that you would hate. He was a normal guy that was fucking fed up with what he saw happening in his community, and he was right. And his life's been ruined because of it. He's been demonized. There's more hatred to him than the actual grooming gangs. And I understand the argument. Well, they started after 30 years to arrest some of those groomers. Wow, great. How about the police officers and politicians that covered up for them? How many of them have been arrested? Because as far as I'm concerned, they're just as guilty. Well, we didn't want to sound racist, so we just let the molestations continue. Story after story. Imagine it. I mean, at the point where I was hearing these stories, I didn't have a child yet. Now I do. And it makes it worse. But even then, I remember Tommy interviewing this guy who's just Tommy's like crying. I can't remember if this guy was telling a story about his friend or it was himself. It's one of the hardest things I've ever heard. Is some teenage girl. And she gets involved in one of these grooming gangs. And so the dude knows where it's at. That's the building where my daughter's being assaulted. Calls the police. Police do nothing. So the guy shows up himself to take care of business. Police arrest him. Said, as the guys were assaulting his daughter, they called his home and put her on the phone so he could hear it. I will tell you this. My neighbor has a daughter. If that occurred, there is no force on this world that would stop me from going to the gates of hell with that father. None. There would be such a blind rage in me that I would do whatever that father asked of me. What did the people of Britain do? Shh, Tommy, be quiet. That's what they did. Shh, we don't want to sound racist. Now, I understand that the UK isn't the United States and there are differences amongst the people, but there are similar people. Canada, UK, United States. If you had to find a culture of people that you would say was similar to the United States as a whole, you'd probably pick Canada or the UK. The most horrific national scandal imaginable that occurred for decades, that affected hundreds of thousands of girls. The most heinous abuse possible directed towards them. And barely a whimper. But trust us! If they ban AK, or if they ban AR-15s, it'd be different here. Here it would be different. Here people would say enough is enough. Dude, they just fucking locked you down. Some of the staunchest constitutional conservatives I know gave me shit for not buying, and I'm quoting now, 15 days to slow the spread. I have the receipts to back it up when I was on websites like Above Top Secrets. People that I knew, at least their screen names, for years that had argued with me on the side of constitutional principles, that all of a sudden were arguing against me. Rob, come on, you're being a crazy conspiracy theorist, arguing against these lockdowns. What are you doing? I said, of course I understand big government lefties are for big government lockdowns, but constitutional conservatives, small government conservatives telling me I'm fucking nuts because I'm arguing against 15 days to slow the spread. And I said, my God, you can't see where this is going to go? Oh, you're a lunatic. You're crazy. You're going too far, Rob. Where's the accountability for that shit? Where is it? I'll play you a video. I'll play you a video, like right now. From my channel. Little old me could barely get anybody to watch my shit. My state was run by a tyrant named Tom Wolfe. Like a little King George said, I will take away your rights to operate a business. I will make sure that your county must stay closed if you disagree with me. I was screaming to the heavens, talking to every person involved in state politics I knew. What the hell is going on? I couldn't get a Republican to stand with me in elected office. 2, Doug McClinko, and I forget the other guy's name that ran for lieutenant governor. He was good. I interviewed him on my show. That's it. Where was my representatives? Nowhere to be found. What's the polling say? They said, oh, wait, shit. Sorry, I didn't realize that volume was on. What's the polling say? They said. Now I'm going to play this 6-minute video. I have a friend named Todd Bartley who is a journalist who actually got to go when Admiral Rachel Levine, who's now been promoted, who removed her mom from a nursing home as she forced nursing homes to accept COVID patients, which led to tens of thousands of people in nursing homes dying in Pennsylvania, took her mom out. Your mom died as they were forced to accept COVID patients. Meanwhile, they told us we were selfish because if we wanted to go to work, we were non-essential, and that was selfish. And we were cowards. And we wanted Grandma to die. As Grandma died because they shut us down and then forced the nursing homes to accept COVID. What's been the response here in Pennsylvania? Well, the response has been promotions for all the Democrats that fucking enforced this. They all won elections or made it to higher positions. All of them. The Attorney General under Tom Wolf was a guy by the name of Shapiro. He's our governor now. That's what the great people of Pennsylvania did. Boy, they put their foot down. But it'll be different this time. Next time, people will rise up. So let's... I know I've shown this video before. Maybe people are tired of it. But little old me, this is the most watched video I've ever had on YouTube at like 7,000 people.
On May 11th, Governor Wolf came out and released a statement.
Oh, and apologies, when I did this video, you can tell I had a cold, but sorry.
On county commissioners that were threatening to violate his lockdown orders and open up. The reason they were doing this is because they were concerned their constituents were losing their livelihoods, not being able to go to work. Wolf was not impressed with this and thought that there would be consequences for people breaking his law and that it would lead to the virus spreading and putting everyone's life in jeopardy. Here's from his statement. In his latest press briefing, Governor Tom Wolf responded to the politicians planning to defy the stay-at-home order. He called the move a cowardly act and reminded politicians they're putting lives at risk. In recent days, politicians in various counties sent letters notifying them their plans to move from red phase to yellow on May 15th. According to the governor, counties that do not follow the stay-at-home order will not get funding because they're putting all of us at risk and operating illegally. He said non-compliant counties will not qualify for federal discretionary funds. Quote, to these politicians who decide to cave in to this coronavirus, they need to realize the consequences of their cowardly act. The funding we'll have put aside to help fighting this crisis will go to the folks who are doing their part. And that includes our CARES Act funding that will be used to support counties that are following orders to prevent the spread. Wolf told business owners that these politicians are putting their businesses at risk of losing their health department certificate, liquor license, and certificate of occupancies. Now, think of what he's saying there. If you live in a county and your county says, okay, go ahead and open up, and Tom Wolf disagrees and says that violates his order, he'll take your license to operate. He'll take your health certificate. He called you a coward. He said that if you break the law, there'll be consequences. He had no time for this. He said that it would lead to deaths. Now, fast forward to Monday. There was supposed to be a press conference with Tom Wolf. He had put out a statement over the weekend that was completely opposite when it came to the protests that were occurring in Pennsylvania about the death of George Floyd. Now, despite these facts that these protests had riots that occurred in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Tom Wolf still played lip service to him and talked about the need to fight systemic racism and why these protests were important. My friend Todd Bartley was able to attend the press conference and Wednesday was going to be able to ask Secretary Levine of the Department of Health why Tom Wolf called people cowards who wanted to open their businesses and provide for their family, but he celebrated protesters, some of which ended up leading to riots in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia that wanted to protest about a cop killing someone states over. 15 minutes before he went in to ask this question, he found out that in Dauphin County, where Harrisburg is located, it's still under code yellow, which he'd known that, which means you can't have large gatherings. 15 minutes before he got to ask the question, he heard that Tom Wolf was personally in Dauphin County at a protest that had over 200 people. In other words, Tom Wolf was breaking his own law. And so he decided to ask Secretary Levine what was going on. Here's the question and her response.
Secretary, Dauphin County just moved to yellow on May 29th, which means no large gatherings. And apparently there's a march going on that has more than 200 people in it today in Dauphin County. Can you clarify the administration's position on May 11th? Business owners were called cowards for wanting to reopen their businesses, and today the governor is actually marching in that. Is that not in violation of your order and his order for large gatherings?
Well, so we have, then the governor has always said that people have the right to protest and to demonstrate and the right of free speech. And so overall, we want large gatherings such as maybe a party or some type of concert or something to be under 250 people. But we are not restricting people's right to protest. There are also obviously significant social issues, that are present, that people feel that they need to have a voice, and so the governor is always supportive of that and is participating in that. April, there is a question back there.
Now, notice she didn't offer up for a follow-up because my friend Todd would have said, that's outrageous. You said that people that violated the law would face consequences, would not get federal funding or money, and they would lose their job. Why doesn't that apply to Tom Wolf? It was one thing for him to pay lip service to these protesters that were breaking the law, but he himself breaking the law is an outrage. This is indicative of what we've seen from leaders all across this country. They don't feel the rules apply to them. They think they can threaten you. Remember, it wasn't as if he said, I understand people that want to open their business, but, unfortunately, we think it'll cause the virus to spread and kill people. He called you a coward. He threatened you. If you want to feed your family, you are a coward. If you want to protest a cop that died states over, then you're a noble hero. Why is it that COVID can't spread all of a sudden in these crowds? Are they lying when they said that we need to shut down? Because otherwise the virus would spread and kill people? Or are they lying when they say that the protest won't spread the virus? I think it's the former. I think this is evidence that they didn't care about these deaths, as evidence of the fact that Tom Wolf's policy was to put nursing home patients with COVID back in the nursing home, therefore encouraging the spread and leading to mass deaths there. And now we see evidence that he doesn't even believe his own lies. He'll threaten you if you want to provide for your family, but if he wants to go out and get a photo op to be with these protesters, he thinks that's highly appropriate. Call your state representative. Demand that we lift these lockdowns now. If they're good enough to not be enforced for Tom Wolf, then your family's just as important. We're sick and tired of leaders, people like Tom Wolf, that stand on a moral high ground and threaten us and claim that they know what they're talking about, then violating the very same things and laws that they pass that they demand we enforce. They don't care about your family and livelihood. All they care about is increasing their power. And that's what the lockdown was about the entire time.
So what I would say to Tim Pool is, in my state of Pennsylvania, the dude, first, if you go back and you read that article, it is so Orwellian, right? What Tom Wolf said. Oh, to those that want to go back to work, you're a coward who's afraid of COVID. When actually the exact opposite's true. You're telling us we can't leave our house because you're scared shitless of a virus. And those of us that say, no, it's time to get back to work, we're the cowards? We're caving into COVID? Thank you, linebacker. I have lost a decent amount of weight. At my heaviest, I weighed 320 pounds. I think I'm down to 250 now. So I don't know how much I weighed in that particular. I probably weighed close to 290 there. So I'm probably 40 pounds lighter than there. But I'm trying to keep losing more. Anyways, proceeding here. That's what they said. They locked us down. Then they had all this funding, right? So yeah, I weighed 320 when I was an alcoholic. They locked you down, right? So then you're fucked. You don't have money to provide for your family. So all this federal money's coming in, the CARES Act, and they're going to send money to all these counties to help these businesses and shit. And Tom Wolf's like, but you can't go back to work if you don't listen to 100% what I say. Even if you don't do it, even if it's just your county reps, then you're not getting the funding. Oh, and I'll also take away your license to operate a business. We'll take away your health certificate so you can't have occupancy. We'll take away your liquor license. Imagine that. Imagine that you're in one of these counties and through no fault of your own, you're listening to authoritarian King Tom Wolf say you can't go to work. You're like, fine, I guess I'll stay home. But your politician says, no, I'm going to work. And so Tom Wolf says, sorry there, local business owner. Sorry, your county gets no funding now, and you no longer get your license to operate a business. That shit happened. It happened. I saw it in real life. I saw shit you wouldn't believe. I saw shit that if I told you in 2018 would happen, you'd say, Rob, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. No chance. If I told you they're going to lock down churches, but you'll be allowed to go to the casino, you would have said, what? No chance. That fucking happened. They'll lock down you from going to work, but they'll allow people that want to riot to go with impunity. I remember Jesse Kelly doing this radio show. Again, I'm not one that's big for advocating men crying on public, right? But my gosh. Person after person calling in with horror stories of what these lockdowns did to them and their families. Older folks with Alzheimer's, dying alone, scared shitless. Imagine it. Imagine that your mom or your grandma that helped raise you, dying cold and alone. You're not allowed to visit. She got a new roommate, though, the guy with COVID that gave it to her. But you couldn't visit. So she dies cold and alone. And in one symbolic act of remembrance and of honoring her, you try to have a funeral. Fuck you. You can't have a funeral either. Tom Wolfe could go march with Black Lives Matter and violate his own order. You lost your job, your small business you owned. You probably had to sell your house. I work with a lot of people that are autistic. You wouldn't believe. So many people I work with. Maybe one of the most important things to them is the relationships that they've built with family members or members in the community. In fact, for some people, that's all the difference. It's things that maybe we take for granted. But if you're nonverbal or autistic or have other challenges in life, those lifelines to members of the community and your family could be some of the things that keep you going every day. Imagine having to explain to person after person after person, sorry, we can't go see your mom for 3 fucking years. Because there's a virus out there. Imagine imagine a deaf kid that relies on reading someone's lips to communicate. They had to watch adults walk around with masks for 3 fucking years. Devastated. Absolutely devastated. Not 1 or 2 people, millions of fucking people. And that's right, Lavin. None. No account. There isn't even the remote will for accountability. Most of the time when I bring this shit up, you know what a lot of people think? Maybe not my audience, but you know what a lot of people think? Can we move on? That was a long time ago. Project VO Pod should show up on your... I appreciate the offer. I don't know you, Project VO Pod, but that wouldn't prevent me from going on. I'll probably do my own stream, though. I find presidential debate streams are often difficult. And the reason is I like to listen to the debate. So someone streaming during the debate, oftentimes I then can't hear the debate, and I found it to be superfluous. And also, I think I analyze debates a little different since I did debate in college. And so I'll probably have 4 hours of shit to say myself. So I don't know that maybe going on a panel the immediate day of is the best decision, but Project VO is friends with it. Yeah, well, wouldn't matter if he wasn't. I usually take an invitation, but I'll probably stream immediately following the debate and give my own thoughts, and then maybe the day after or so do a panel or whatever. Yeah, talking over it. That's I've decided I don't like streaming during the debate for that reason. So, anywho, how can I listen to someone say that, like, this is it, now we're at the tipping point? What exactly is the tipping point? Yeah, that's right, Zen. I give you that 100,000 when you're broke. What's it going to be? If the UK couldn't do it over the grooming gangs that were covered up by the politicians and police, if the United States couldn't do it over COVID, you can't even move the needle. And understand what I'm saying here. It's not like we almost got accountability. Almost. We almost got it. People were outraged, but just by the skin of our teeth, the other side won. It's not even close. It's not even fucking close. It's so bad. They could lock us down again in the next 5 years and no one would say a fucking peep. Crazy tinfoil hat people like me would be like, what the fuck? And it would be the same thing over and over again. Same thing. There'd be 10% of us screaming to the heavens, and no one else would give a shit. When do I get my stimmy check? That's what they'd be saying. We can't even agree as a society on the basic facts. 95% of Democrats that I debate say lockdowns were a rousing success. Go look. I debated that Alex Kirsch guy. He said it. I debated Noah Smith there a couple months or so back. They said it. They all say it. Where is this massive amount of will? And that's the argument I think that Andrew's making with Tim Pool. There is no will. There is no will for this radical change. Things are going to have to get a lot fucking worse. Your internet's going to have to shut out. Your fucking Xbox is going to have to stop working. You're going to have to start missing meals before people say, holy shit, enough's enough. We ain't even close. So the idea that, well, Trump doesn't win, and please, Trump could be thrown in prison 2 days before the election, and Biden could come out and say, well, he's in prison, he's not allowed to run, and nothing would happen. People would take to the streets, someone would engage in an act of violence that the FBI no doubt encouraged, they would crack down and arrest everyone that was in the street, and your life would go on. Thanks, Project. I appreciate it. And Tim's argument to basically Andrew saying it, and Andrew's spot on. Now, Andrew's not getting into details, and that's because he's not getting time, right? Tim's sort of filibustering a little. It's Tim's show, though. That's fine. And he's just like, the will's not there. And basically, Tim's argument is, but it doesn't need the will. Yes, it does. Because when you say things like people will stop paying taxes, that requires a massive amount of will from a huge group of people, which does not exist. 10,000 people saying we're no longer going to pay taxes will result in 10,000 people in prison. And that's it. That's it. Yeah, right, Spinful. It's, and I'll be honest with you, and please, don't. So I'm gonna vent here a little, and then we'll end the stream. That video I just showed you was from June 4th, 2020. June 4th, 2020. So let me give you a little history lesson. I was doing this show called The Patriot Panel, and it was people like me and Sarah Kane and Let's Be Frank and Drone Tech Politics and SJG Perspective and American Joe, Doug Dakota, I don't know if I mentioned him, and the Patriot Hour. Like a group of conservative-esque people that decided we were going to do this panel show once a week. And I remember sometime in February, coronavirus coming up. Because that's what people weren't calling it COVID yet. It was Corona, right? Thanks, rough hands. Appreciate it. I don't know what my initial take was on it. I can't tell you. In February, I said this exactly. I probably was like, I don't know. I haven't heard about this. We'll see. I'm hesitant to. You know. I do know this. By March, I was offered a job in Trump's campaign, a small job, to run like Trump's, to be like the point man on the ground in my little county in Pennsylvania for Trump's campaign. I had been volunteering for them, doing phone banks, knocking, things like that. So I was offered this job. And it would have been a massive pay cut. Not because I make a lot of money now, but because I was basically going to get paid $20,000. Now, here's the problem. To get paid $20,000 for basically, at that point, it's March. So you're looking at what, like 6 months of work? I would have had to quit my job. I would have been full-time, 40 hours a week, working for the Trump campaign for $20,000. And then once the election's over, that's it. I'm now unemployed. So financially, it wasn't going to make sense. But I agreed to take the job. But their condition was I could no longer do social media. Couldn't do YouTube videos anymore. Couldn't make posts to my Facebook page. I said, no. I feel I could do more good with my videos and stuff than I could working for them and putting up yard signs. That's how I felt, right? That was in March, I believe. I remember 2 or 3 days after that doing a video where I said in this live stream, I'm glad I didn't take that job because I'm going to rip into Trump now because I don't like what he's doing. Like, we should be free and open. What the fuck's going on? So I'm not saying that I was the first person in the country that in February I was like, bullshit. But by the end of March, I was saying it. And I got the receipts to back it up. I was saying the lockdowns were shit. I was saying they were going to intentionally sabotage the economy. I was saying that it was going to cost Trump the election. I was saying all this shit in like end of March, early April. And then I just continued with it. All throughout the election. What a disaster it was. Criticizing Trump almost every night. Trump supporter after Trump supporter in my channel. You know, at this point, I'd built up a channel where I was streaming basically to YouTube. I was getting 50, 60 people a night watching me. I dropped down to like 20. Because I had so many people that were like, how dare you criticize Trump? Okay. Okay. See you later. I was going to Republican events. I was going to Trump events. I was talking to state senators on my radio. I had a radio show at the time. I was talking to people. I couldn't get someone to speak up against this. I couldn't. What the fuck? The biggest infringement on my rights in my entire life. And I couldn't get people fired up. I couldn't. I'll show you another video. Maybe. Oops. Any good to us? This one's 9 minutes. Is that too long? I've had it. This became a huge black pill moment for me, and it still is. And I got to be honest with you. From this moment in 2020, Trump losing the election, me talking to Trump supporters, giving me shit for criticizing Trump about lockdowns, them telling me Trump was going to win 48 out of 50 states, me saying, what the fuck are you doing? You can't see what's happening? You can't see this? You can't see it? Election night, I was on a panel. And the host was saying, oh man, Trump's up like 200, 300,000 votes in your state of Pennsylvania. He's got it wrapped up. I said, he ain't gonna win. Wait until you see these ballots that come in the middle of the night. Oh, you're crazy. Okay. I was like, I'll guarantee he's lost Pennsylvania. Looking at these numbers while he's way up. Guarantee it. I was right. It's like they couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. Even at that the day of the election, they couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. And then I was proven to be right about so much of this shit. Where are people? Where's the accountability? None. You know what I see a lot of? I see a lot of people that were silent when it mattered. All of a sudden, Trump's a fuckhead, Trump this, Trump that, blah, 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 blah. Where were you? Here's one. I mention this person all the time. Ian Miles Chung. I bet he's cashing a fat check from Twitter, from X, from all of his engagement he gets. I remember doing a video with him. He put up a video. This is what he did. I'm not making this up. He since deleted it. Fucking coward. He's like, this is what his video was. Talking about lockdowns. He's like, oh, people about lockdowns are like, Oh, the economy. Oh, the economy. Oh, that was his video. 10 seconds of doing that. Making fun of people like me that were like, this is going to be a disaster for the economy. Now he's out there like Mr. Conservative. Oh, they locked us down. They did this. Fuck those people. It's all right to say, okay, you're right. I was wrong. Shit. That happens. Okay. But so many grifters were so wrong about it, and they just go on pretending. They just fucking pretend like they weren't. That's what they do. I'll delete my tweets every 6 months so people can't look back and see that. Fuck that. Nothing deleted from me. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Blackpilled me. That's it. When I saw COVID, when I saw constitutional conservatives back in lockdowns, I was like, this is it. My country's done. This is it. This is the test run. They're just seeing, all this is seeing what they can get away with for the future. And it went swimmingly for them. And it continues to do so. The guy that we put in charge funded the fucking lab that created the virus and lied right to your face. No accountability. None. When I was losing viewers criticizing Trump, so many people, other streamers and shit, weren't saying a peep. Now they're big anti-Trump people. Trump endorsed lockdowns. Really? What'd you do? Can you show me your videos calling it out in real time? Or are you just Johnny come lately because you found a new politician to attach yourself to? You're so brave criticizing him now when it's popular to do so. Where were you when it mattered? Or you just didn't see it then? Be honest. Maybe some of them were calling it out. I saw an awful lot that didn't say shit till it didn't matter. And I watched it and I still watch 4 years later. You can't even believe to say it. It sounds fiction. It sounds like out of Brave New World or 1984. That's what it sounds like. Nah, man, all the leaders told us that we couldn't go to work. You had to stay in your house miserable. Okay? You follow me? But then they went out to parties. And they told a bunch of people that vote for them, they'd go in the street and loot and riot and protest, whatever the fuck they wanted. The virus couldn't spread then. Couldn't spread then. But you going to work, it could. And they sent COVID patients into nursing homes, but said if you went to your factory to work, that your grandma in the nursing home might get COVID. You'd say, who would buy this shit? Oh, they bought it. They bought it at the time. Then they re-elected the people that said that shit. They gave them all promotions. And no one's been held accountable. No one. The people that did it worse. Newsom's going to get a promotion. He's going to get into national politics in the next coming years. Wait and fucking see. Rachel Levine here, promoted to admiral in the Biden administration. Josh Shapiro, that was attorney general, he's governor now in Pennsylvania. Great. Absolutely wonderful. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes, like when it comes to streaming, I got a lot going on in my life, right? And I'm not saying this to be a piss pants or, you know, like to be a Debbie Downer or something. Like, I put a tweet out earlier tonight. This is true. I talked about this at the beginning of the show. So I'm finally home. I get to stream. Okay, I can't stream at work anymore because of circumstances. I'm not going to get into it, but I can't. So I get home. I owe it to my audience to stream tonight. I'm sitting with my son, who's 3 years old, who is now, sometimes when I'm at work for 4 or 5 days, calls and he's sort of crying when I video call him because why isn't Dad home? So then I come home and I'm hanging out with my son and I'm like, I gotta go up to stream. And he's like, but Dad, I just want to snuggle and watch a movie with you. You know how fucking hard it is to pull myself away from him and come up and stream? And for fucking what? So a bunch of shithead fucking grifters that were wrong about COVID, that didn't say anything would it matter, could get fucking 1,000 times the audience as me? For that? So that a bunch of us who are awesome, that see the fucking grift and see how horrible it is, can all sit here again for another night and go, yeah, we're fucking right again. And So I could do some shitty debate with someone that pretends that words don't mean what they mean? Actually, when he said he didn't intend for the alarm to go off, he really meant that he did. What's the fucking point? What's the point? The next scandal to come out against Trump that causes him to lose the election here at the fucking end of the day? That we'll find out was corrupt 4 years later and no one will be held accountable? Hey, did you see all the reporting that it turns out that the CIA actually knew, Gina Haspel knew about the letter that was coming out for 51 intel agencies? And at least 2 active people in the CIA signed that letter? Did you see that? Oh, well. Oh, well. Whoops. Hey, for 4 years, Rob, remember when you argued how much bullshit the Russia collusion thing was? And it turns out you were exactly right. Oh, well, time to move on. No accountability. And we'll never find out definitive proof, but I'm fucking right on the Burisma stuff. And you know it, and I know it, and all the lefties I argue with know it. They know what was going on. They know that Hunter Biden was the bagman selling access to his fucking dad, the VP. They know that his dad fired that fucking prosecutor to help his son's company out. We know it. And in my head, when I debate people, should I be more calm? Should I be more fired up? I take a step back, and it's always something like tonight. I didn't plan on going off like this, but when I see that video of me from June 4th, 2020, where Tom Wolf's putting that fucking statement out, I can't explain to you how furious I get. You're a coward. Those of you who want to go back to work are cowards in the face of COVID. Oh, but I'm going to the Black Lives Matter rally after they just rioted in Philly and Pittsburgh. Health Secretary Levine, what do you think about that? Well, we think that, of course, gatherings should be kept at a minimum, but protest is important, and we encourage protest. Next question. Fuck you, plebe. That's what she thinks. That's what she thinks. She got a nice big old promotion for her troubles. She'll die fat and happy. I read the Gulag Archipelago there, I don't know, 8 months ago or something. There's little things that stand out. For those that don't know, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, about the gulags in the communist Soviet Union. And one of the hardest parts, it's so soul-crushing. Thousands upon thousands of pages. And it's not like something you're excited to turn the page and get to the next page. You're just like, my God, how can... Everyone should read it, though. My God. How can it happen? How could this happen in human history? How could this happen? And every page you're like, no. And as soul-crushing it is, there's a part where it's just page after page of him going through the legal code and what it means. Got a tenor. Tenor was 10 years in a gulag. What'd you do? Well, your picture of Stalin in your kitchen was slightly askew, and your neighbor reported you and said that was intentional. 10 years. And you're just like, no. And you know the ending, right? Because I'm reading the book in 2023. He writes this passage. It's just fucking just crushes your soul. And he, a lot of what he's writing's real life stories of people that I listened to it, to be fair, TL. Fuck you. Real life stories of people that were in these gulags with him and that he had heard. And I can't remember if this was his story or someone else's, but he tells this story of this guy. His neighbor reported him for bullshit because he was jealous. He gets tortured by this guard. And then he signs a confession to stop the torture. And then they use the confession to keep him in this gulag for 10 years or something. And he gets out of the gulag. And he goes back to his hometown. And just plain as day, the guard that tortured him is walking down the street. Like carrying groceries. And he's like,
I don't have the will to do anything. Broken. Don't even have the will to walk up and punch the motherfucker in the face. That guard lived fat and happy. That neighbor probably fucking, that was jealous and petty, he probably lived happy to a ripe old age. And it's just enough. Oh my God, it fucking boils my blood. Which is a good reason to be a Christian, because there might not be justice in this world, but when you see this shit, why aren't more people fighting? I'm not calling for violence. I didn't call for that. Where the fuck is people's passion for this? Why am I looked at like I'm some fucking lunatic for getting fired up? And I see these old videos and I'm like, you know, what am I going to talk about tomorrow? The debate? The Biden-Trump debate? That's what I'm going to be talking about. 4 fucking years ago, almost to the day, I'm on screen every night screaming my head off like, what the fuck is wrong with everyone? Why isn't everyone freaking out like me? What the fuck? Calm down, Rob. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. So here was me. This is edited. This was from a live stream. The date I have on this particular video is July 2nd, 2020. But this was probably from a live stream in mid to late June. This was my first editing jobs where I actually edited a portion of my live stream. You'll see the great cut. There's one little cut in here. So enjoy this 9-minute video. Then I'll be signing off shortly. So.
I've had it. I've had it of being called a racist. I've had it of being told that I'm somehow inferior, that I'm less educated, that I'm somehow a 10-toothed rube. Like,
and again, I can't stress enough. This was like in June of 2020.
Rick Wilson said on CNN that I'm a racist if I disagree with the disastrous positions of Black Lives Matter that would be bad not only for all Americans, but particularly for Black Americans. I'm tired of saying if I don't believe corporate-led revolutions that somehow that makes me an immoral person. I'm tired of people saying that I have to cower down and shut my mouth or I'll lose my job if I don't cow down to this mob. I'm tired of having to say,
thanks,
yeah,
John
I hear
Kell.
you. Maybe
Christ
there's
is
a case for tearing down Confederate statues. I don't care. I don't have any love for Confederate statues. I don't care. But I'm not going to give in to the mob. I'm tired of it. It's worth fighting for its own sake. We're not going to listen to a bunch of people that hate this country and want to overthrow it and return us to segregation and want to make us a globalist, fascist, Marxist society. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of trying to calmly explain to people things like why toddlers shouldn't be able to vote and why you shouldn't be allowed to take people's property and we should have property rights. I'm tired of explaining to people why the police should arrest people that steal from stores, why they should arrest people that are skipping out on subway tolls. These are all conversations I've had this week. I'm tired. The people among us that know the least are the most arrogant and most confident that they know more than everyone else. I'm sick and tired of it. They don't live in the real world. They don't have real jobs. I had someone tell me about COVID. I said, how long do we have to get locked down in your world? They said, I live in Australia. The government just pays us. We could stay locked down indefinitely. I have to explain to you that if no one's working, let's just make it real simple. If no one's working on the farms, how's the government going to send you food? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being attacked. I'm tired of having been crushed in the culture war. I'm tired of Republican leaders that claim that they're defending us that aren't doing squat. I'm tired of on my radio show when I bring Republicans on, they say, yeah, we got to get back in the fight. And all they're doing is proposing legislation and filing court cases that they eventually lose. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people getting in touch with me saying that they're going to contact my employer and get me fired because I had the temerity to argue against Black Lives Matter. I'm sick and tired of having to pretend, oh, it's a noble thing. What they're doing out there is noble. It's not. They're terrorists. Does that mean everyone involved with them is? No. But if you're aligned with terrorists and you're marching with terrorists, then you're hurting this country. And I'm tired of pretending it's not the case. We have a nerve. We have backbones on here. Where's our leaders? I go in a panel, people say, can we just agree? I'm a conservative, but can we just agree if Trump would just wear a mask, then COVID would be solved? Really? So it's just about masks now. So we didn't need to lock down. Well, no, you still need the lockdown, but let's be honest, it's Republicans. Really? It wasn't Democrats. And they're experts that said it was okay to go out by the hundreds of thousands and protest for Black Lives Matter, shoulder to shoulder, while they're burning down buildings. Well, all the scientists say that those contact tracers proved that the Black Lives Matter protests didn't spread the virus. Fuck you! I'm tired of the... Ugh. Your experts are full of it, if that's what they're claiming. These two things can't be true. That if you're shoulder to shoulder and if you're in large crowds, you spread COVID, but not if you're protesting for Black Lives Matter. Either they were wrong originally or they're wrong now. And I'm tired of being treated because they have the experts. The experts say this. Then I'm done with the experts. I don't care. The same experts, 5,000 of them that signed on, that said science, technology, engineering, and math is racist. The same experts that are endorsing Black Lives Matter, that's against the values of the Enlightenment and doesn't believe there's a thing such as truth, that's been attacking all of our hard sciences and arts, those experts? I'm tired of it. And we have to pretend. Oh, no. Here's a paper I have from the experts. These great experts that did this study say that, Black Lives Matter couldn't have spread this disease. Thousands of Bush officials have signed on to elect Joe Biden. Thousands of former Intel officials have signed on that Trump needs to be impeached over the Ukraine. They didn't care about Biden's quid pro quo that Trump was trying to investigate. They don't care that the president of Ukraine's top prosecutor has came public with evidence that Biden committed extortion with U.S. tax dollars, including audio from Joe Biden himself, including financial transactions. They don't care. The experts didn't care about that. But Trump investigating it. The same experts that told us the FBI didn't do anything wrong in the Russia investigation. Only they did. It's war. That's what it is. I'm not advocating violence. Breitbart was a prophet. He saw this in 2008. Listen to him. You know what Breitbart's background was? He said, here's how I got into it. I lived in L.A. I was a socialite. I went to all the cocktail and pool parties where everyone laughed at flyover country. But then he visited flyover country and he realized how arrogant and horrible and wrong all of these institutions were. We're talking about institutional and systemic bigotry and racism. Name me one institution that sticks up for rural America, for flyover country. Give me one. We're just told how privileged we are if we have a certain skin color. And God forbid you be a person of color from flyover country or a conservative person of color. You'll get attacked even harder. Look, I love Breitbart and he's an inspiration to me. But I don't need someone to come in and fight for me anymore. I'm going to fight for myself. I don't care what it costs. I'm sick and tired of the deck being stacked against people like us, normal Americans, being stacked against us, and us having to constantly grovel or be silent out of fear or wait for some leader to come along. There is no leader coming along. It's up to us. I'm sick and tired of the lies and the misdirection and the sophistry and the excuses and the hypocrisy. I showed you that video the other day. Black Lives Matter protesters start beating this man. What's the first thing the crowd starts yelling? Don't record it. Don't record it. Don't record it. They're liars. They don't want it recorded because they don't want it to be shown the thug terrorists that they are. But I have to believe 99% of these protesters are peaceful. So they sit around and watch innocents get beat and watch stores get burned? Oh, but it's all the police officers' fault. All of the violence was because tear gas was shot. It's garbage and you know it. And I'm tired of engaging on that level and pretending that these people are arguing in good faith. They're not. And if they are arguing in good faith, they're so ignorant that it makes worthwhile dialogue almost impossible. I'll keep plugging away. I'll keep doing these debates. I'll keep being polite. I'll keep keeping an open mind. But I know what they're doing. I know. And make no mistake about it, they're winning. They are winning. They've won the culture war. They control academia. They control the media. They control Silicon Valley. They control the entertainment industry. They control corporate America. All of it. Go order a McDonald's cheeseburger. Let me know what their motto is now. Turn on Amazon. Get some Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Go to Chase Bank. Any corporation. Nike. All buying into the Marxist terrorists trying to overthrow this country. All the great people in my family, in my life, in my community, all they want to do is go to work 40, 50, 60 hours a week and provide for their families. And they're treated like shit over and over and over. And I'm sick of it. That's what keeps me going, them. We have a Marxist-fascist revolution. Why isn't it directed at the people in charge? If you think that there's systemic racism, why aren't you directing your protest and your riots at the people that control the systems? Instead, you're rioting in inner city communities, burning down black communities, and directing your anger at normal Americans. And making it somehow racial, as if all white people are responsible or white people have original sin. Can't you see this is exactly what the establishment wants? Because their biggest fear is that people, regardless of skin color, will come together and say, this establishment has screwed us over for 60 years. But you can't bring that up or you're called a racist.
Every once in a while, I like to watch that video to remind myself, nothing's fucking changed. Nothing. Nothing's changed. I think there's some cultural momentum. You want to change my life? I have a son. I love my family. I have to admit, it's something it's depressing to say, but I sort of think we deserve it. That's what I think. I think we deserve it. I think we're weak. I think we fucking failed. And I don't say you, I say we, me. No excuses. I failed. It's going all right, Courtney. Old chunk of coal. Deep down, part of me wonders, like, should I spend time away from my son to come up here and argue in the behalf of people that told me I was a piece of shit when I was against lockdowns? Is that who I'm fighting for? The vast majority of people here in Pennsylvania. We could change history now. We could pretend. But we know the truth. Those lockdowns were real fucking popular. That who I'm gonna miss hanging out with my wife and kid to come up here? No, I didn't mention Assange. It's good that he got released. For what? Am I gonna bust my ass helping Trump get reelected so he can get into office and appoint the next Mike Pompeo or John Bolton to fuck us all over again? Is that what I'm gonna do? We'll build the FBI, a great big shiny new building. Thanks, Trump. Good. 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 The conservative movement's gaining, it's just slow. Ask yourself this. Realistically, I did Tim Pool's show. Do shows with The Crucible. See a decent amount of audience. Did shows with Destiny. I've done shows with 10,000 live viewers. I want you to really, really, really honestly ask yourself this. With what I've done, those are just the high points. With the hours, I would say conservatively I've put thousands of hours into streaming and stuff, really ask yourself this honestly. What could I do that would move the needle more for the conservative movement? Come up here and continue to stream 3-4 hours a week? Or be a good dad? What do you think moves the needle more? Because I know what I think my answer is. If that's what it's really about, if it's about moving this country and this culture in a better direction, both? Fuck. I wouldn't know what to say about being a good dad. Now, I have a lot of shortcomings. Not everyone's into watching some fat, hairy dude ramble on about shit for 4 or 5 hours at a time. Not everyone's into, like, weird debates, the type of stuff I do. I get that. My production values suck. I'm not consistent with my time. All of that's true. I'm really bad at selling myself. I'm not good at promotion. I'm not good at building. I think I'm a very friendly guy, and I'm good at building relationships, but I'm not good for asking for things. So I'm just constantly like, yeah, I'll do you a favor, but... So there's an awful lot of reasons why my channel's not big. But there is, let's be honest, there's some truth to other things. It's easy to get big if you're a grifter. It's easy to get big if you're not being throttled by the algorithm. That's true, Inversity. Maybe we'll get to that Friday. Maybe. I feel like I'm climbing out of a hole. Just to have fucking dirt shoveled in my face. And you just have to ask yourself, it's like, at what point? And I'm not saying that I'm going to quit streaming. That's not what I'm saying. But I think, even my buddy Aftershock messaged me and was like, oh, you seem a little different lately. Well, a lot of that's that my back's been killing me because I herniated this disc. Then I got really sick and was sick for like 2 weeks. But most of it, if I'm dead honest, the biggest change is that my son's getting to the age where he really wants to hang out with me, and I work such ridiculous hours that I don't get to hang out with him much. And so it's really hard. It's really hard for me to justify coming up and spending 4 or 5 hours when I could be hanging out with him. And it's selfish, and it's not any deeper than that. And I could sit here, and now I find myself making justifications for it. Well, fuck it anyways. What's it matter? What am I going to do? Say the same thing that I've been saying for 4 years? I mean, look at that video I just showed you. In June of fucking 2020, I'm talking about how obviously corrupt it was for Joe Biden to do this Burisma deal, to fire this prosecutor Shokin. What's changed in 4 fucking years? What's changed? Who is moving the needle at this point? I think the Crucible's moving the needle, not politically, but culturally, which is more important. I do see moves culturally. I see people are like, we're tired of the fucking LGBT shit, the whole pride stuff. Am I the only one who thinks that it's less this year than we've seen in the past? I think too much is too much. I think people are starting to realize. Like, you see a lot of people, for me, it's like, I'll see, like, I know this is going to sound weird, but like black celebrities, they're like, what the fuck's Biden done for us? Like, or when you see these town halls of black people that are infuriated because they're moving all these illegal immigrants into their community. It's like, yeah. I think you're seeing people realize how far, I'm not someone here that's trying to beat religion over people's head. That's not what I do, right? And I'm not a good Christian, and I'm a hypocrite, and I'm a sinner. And, I'll say things like, I don't give a shit. If you're a Buddhist and you come to what I think makes you a moral person, fine by me. Or an atheist, whatever, And I have friends that are gay that I think are awesome. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm salivating at the idea of them burning in hell or some shit. I'm not. Right? But you're in denial if you can't see that we have to have some sort of move to godliness. I mean, and I think I'm hopeful in that. I see people. Money's fine. Wanting to go do stuff's fine. When you got meals, it's easy to say money's not that important. When you're starving, then you see, right? But my goodness, the material is. If I could get one message that I think is important to people, all that money that you're saving up for, that you think you're going to do, like, spend one day with your own son, and all that. Those big plans you had that, like, oh, I can't wait to do this and go on this vacation and buy this car or this motorcycle. None of it matters. All that materialism. Again, I'm not saying that I won't take your money. I will. I'll happily take your money. I hope I make millions. But my goodness, that's not what life's about. And I know not everyone can have kids, and it's not right for everyone. I get that. I understand. I'm not giving one-size-fits-all approaches, nor am I trying to be a life coach. It's not what I do. But I think that you're starting to see people that realize, like, particularly, younger people that I'm hopeful that I see that are like, yeah, having a family is important. So that, but who's moving the needle? I don't know. Like I said in that video, there are people that are influencing things subtly. Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, Ron DeSantis, Trump to a degree. People I interact with. Tim Pool at one point certainly was. Is he as much now? Crucible, I think certainly. Reaching more and more people. But it's sort of this what's reached more people than any of them is just how shitty the other people are. That's what you start to realize. Good for you, Jimmy. So, I don't know. Maybe 2 years from now, I'll be getting paid by the Blaze and Glenn Beck $300,000 a year to sit on here and walk you through the fine details of the Ukraine-Biden scandal. And I'll be like, this shit's great. I'm not going to lie to you. That would make a difference. It'd be easier to do this if I was making enough money that I didn't have to work 90 hours a week. No bullshit. My paycheck for the next 2 weeks here, I'm not bullshitting you when I tell you that the check is 194 hours. And that's not counting some of the nights that I didn't get paid to sleep there. I had not this last Friday, but the Friday before that off. That was the last day I've had off. And most of the days when I'm at work, I'm there 24/7. It's just a lot. It's a lot. I like my job. I like the people I work with, but I hate missing my family. And it's just, I took this week off. I feel like I'm venting here today. I'm going to be in a much better mood tomorrow. But sometimes I think it's healthy to remind yourself how pissed off you are. And I am pissed. I'm fucking pissed. When I see those old videos of 2020, I'm fucking furious. It's like the end of the movie JFK. Right? Oliver Stone directed, Kevin Costner. I remember he's giving this speech in this trial, and he's like, who knows? Maybe it'll be a generational thing. Grandfathers could tell their grandkids. Maybe someday we'll release the files. How prescient. When was that movie released? We still can't see the JFK files. Maybe I'll get to tell. Maybe Hank will have kids, and they'll have kids. And as I'm a fat old dying man at 90 years old, I can tell my great-grandkids, someday we'll see the files of the corruption of the 2020 election. It's not going to change. No one's going to be held accountable. The best we can hope for in my lifetime is a stalemate politically. Well, okay, we've decided cooler heads will prevail. There will be no vengeance. You think the Clinton Foundation's going to pay the price? You think Biden? The Biden family? Please. They're all fucking criminals. One side's not going to hold the other side accountable because they know they'd be held accountable. Just like the Gulag Archipelago. They'll live to be fat and happy. But here's the positive. If you're Christian, you know that living to be fat and happy in this world isn't the end game. So, you know that. And if you're not Christian, you know who you are. No one else matters when it comes to you and how you act. And just because the criminal could act with impunity and could live to be wealthy and happy, that has no bearing on you. That's not an excuse for you to be immoral. You're your judge, or your God is your judge, or your wife's your judge, or your loved ones. That's what you have to live with. And the best revenge is to live a great life, to have a great family. And I know it's petty, and I mentioned this, but my God, look at these lefties. They're fucking miserable. They're absolutely miserable. I heard that, Wicked. Andrew, get me in trouble. Yeah. I come on here and I tell you that I'm conflicted because I love my life so much and my family so much that sometimes I'm conflicted about coming up here and streaming. Watch the lefties. Ever get that vibe? Oh man, I really wish I was hanging out with my real life. This is their real life. Not all of them, but most. They're fucking miserable. Imagine having to twist yourself in these pretzels that they do. Selling out any shred of personal dignity because you feel that there's some higher goal. Orange Man just bad. Orange Man bad. He's so bad. It's the Orange Man. He's bad. Yeah, that's true, Courtney. They aren't married to you. The Orange Man's bad. It's okay to lie. It's okay to lie. It's okay to be corrupt. Orange Man bad. It's okay. Just keep lying. Imagine living like that. My God. That's true. They also don't have a Hank. Imagine it. That's I know I shouldn't even mention it, but whatever. I'll end on this. The Jabal Bowman thing. I know everyone was like, "Oh, what do you think Pisco will say?" It's not about Jabal Bowman. Pisco don't give a fuck about Jabal Bowman. He's right about that. He don't care. He's probably happy that Bowman didn't win because he views Bowman as a thorn in the side of establishment corporate Democrats, which is who he's going to cheer for. So great, see him go. Plus, if he's not around, then that shame's less on his face. Tomorrow, predictions on tomorrow debate. It's a lose-lose for Trump. He shouldn't have done it. I understand why he did, but it's not about Bowman. The reason I talk about Pisco and the Bowman thing is because it's like, imagine that I'm trying to think. I don't want to use cheating spouse. Let's say that, imagine that you suspect that your teenage kid's stealing money from you, and you deep down, you know it. But you let it go. And then one day, he thinks you're not home. You're sleeping on the chair watching TV, and you wake up and you see his hand in the safe. Thanks, Janice, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Deep down, And it's not Pisco. I mean, who gives a fuck about Pisco? It's not him. It's, to me, what he represented. What he represented to me was my favorite person to debate. Because we got into the weeds of these specific incidents. And it's like, dude, everything you do is worthless. What I value, and this shit, it sounds stupid, but it's so important to me. Why did I get into debate in college? There was something romantic to me about the idea of two people arguing what the fuck ever. Whoever argues best wins. You want to stand up and say murder all white people? Fine. I'll say that's bad. It's a bad argument, so I have a better chance of winning. But maybe you're just so much better, you'll beat me. No hard feelings. I like that. I love that. I like people view arguing as this bad thing. I love it. That's why I do debates. That's my favorite thing to do. People could see. I'm on here last week. I'm debating this Alex Kirsch guy. I got a fucking fever. I'm sick as shit. Pumped as soon as the debate started. Feeling good, man. I do the mock debate with Andrew Wilson. Had 0 prep time. Pumped. Loving it. I love debate. Love it. And then I'm doing videos like that one you saw me earlier where it's like, I know who these people are. I know they're bad faith. I know they're full of shit. But it's like watching professional wrestling, you know? You know it's fake. You know the outcome's predetermined. But you suspend your belief for the enjoyment. That's what I was doing when I'm debating these left-wingers. And my favorite one to debate was Pisco. And to watch him on a meaningless argument. And that's the funny part. Pisco and his followers and so many other people were like, but this Bowman thing's a nothing. It's in the grand scheme of things, it's hardly anything. Right! That's my fucking point. That's the point. Nothing. To sell out any shred of integrity you have. For nothing. The person I like debating most. And to be fair to Pisco, it's not really his fault that was that important to me. It's not. I knew that Pisco was a bad faith sack of shit. I had said it before, but I was willing to suspend my disbelief. And now it's just like, if that's the case with Pisco, that's the case with Dylan Burns, and that's the case with I'm Really Important, and that's the case with Hutch, and that's the case with Pondering Politics, and that's the case with Destiny, and that's the case with Alex Kirsch, and that's the case with Noah Smith, that's the case with David Pakman, and that's the case with James fucking Carvell or Rachel Maddow or anyone I may ever have the chance to debate. And that's the case with my crazy aunt that loves Biden. It's like knowing that wrestling's fake, but then one day, Stone Cold Steve Austin comes up and puts his arm around you and goes, you know this is all fake, right? And you're just like, yeah. That's what it's like. It's performative. Inevitably, in the next month or two, I'll get excited that I'm doing a debate, because I like doing them. And I'll go on, and in the performative nature of that debate, I will pretend that my opponent is arguing in good faith. But there's a 95% chance that they're just full of shit. That they fucking hate Trump, and they'll say any pile of dog shit fucking lie that's either a lie and they know it, or it's a lie that they've convinced themselves to believe because they have such a passionate hatred of Donald Trump and such a need to defend the status quo institutions. And that's it. I'll suspend my disbelief. That's true. That's right, Wicked Volley. It's performative, but the bumps are real. Yeah. And that's how I'll continue to do it. But I know. And I knew back then you could hear me in 2020. When I'm like, I'm tired of fucking arguing with these people. I know what they're doing. But I'll try to keep an open mind. It's the same thing. I literally haven't changed when it comes to that. I'd say I'm calmer now. I'm less likely to fly off the handle, which I still do. Sometimes I get embarrassed by it. Sometimes it's not warranted. That guy the other day that wanted to talk about immigration, boy, I fucking lit him up. And I don't even know why. And I don't even think it was a good look for me. I apologize for that. I really do. But why do they hate Trump so bad? Because he stands for everything that they've been told is foundational to their belief system. their belief system is hinged on core values of these institutions are right, they're good, they're benevolent, they're smart. And all of those institutions said, Orange Man bad. He's the worst. And they have to believe it. They have to. Everything collapses in their worldview of Orange Man not the worst. Lucky for them, Orange Man is bad. He is. There's a lot of shit to bitch about him. But any step back could see the delusion. Well, it is that they're psyoped by these, but they have to trust those institutions. They have to. It's not just the mainstream media and intel agencies, the entertainment industry, academia, everyone. 13 Nobel economists just came out right here before the debate and said, we think Trump's policies will be inflationary. They'll cause inflation. How many of those Nobel economists said that about Biden's policies that led to record inflation? But we have to trust the economist. Think of how scary it was. Did this ever happen to you? When you found out that your parents didn't know everything. Like, I grew up and my dad was the toughest fucking dude. Like, this is before UFC. My dad could whoop anyone's ass. He knew everything. Fishing, working on cars, whatever. Now I see my dad, and he'll talk to people like, oh, yeah, this guy gave me some advice about fishing. What are you talking about? 8-year-old Rob was like, who the fuck knows more about fishing than my dad? That was it. There's a point you realize we're all human. No one's perfect, right? Even as good, as respectable as your parent. I love my dad. He's great. He is a smart guy. He's a tough guy too. But, you know, what if you never changed? What if you continued to think that your parents were always right no matter what? And that's what you found your life on. Made all the answers simple. Just do what they say. That's it. Like if you're a Christian and you really believe, there's a huge burden lifted off your shoulders. Because you know the answer. You know. Right? You know it. There's no question. There's no... You know deep down. Now imagine instead of Jesus, or instead of your family, imagine that it was your institutions. I know what's right because the CDC tells me. I know what's right because the corporation tells me. I know what's right because the media tells me. I know what's right because the FBI tells me. I know what's right because the entertainers tell me. I know what's right because my professors told me. What if you woke up one day and was like, oh, they're full of shit like everyone else? How do you live your life? And the one thing that these institutions that's so simple to wrap your head around have spoken with absolute clarity about from day one is Orange Man bad. That's foundational. That is the core of these people. That has to be right. There's little things that you could see that are benchmarks in our society that have to be right. COVID had to be right. The experts had to be right on COVID. Because if not, you're a monster. Puberty blockers had to be right for kids. Because if not, you're a monster. January 6th had to be an insurrection. Because if not, you're a monster. The Patriot Act had to be justified. Because if it's not, you're a monster. The vaccine has to be good. Because if not, and you wanted to force it on people, you're a monster. Those are non-negotiable. Facts don't matter anymore. Those are core beliefs. And at the center of all of that, almost all of it, Orange Man bad. That's at the center. They can't let that go. They can't. They absolutely can't. They have to defend the institutions. Orange Man bad is just the institutions, the focal point that the institutions have pushed. That's why it's so successful to them. He is literally the comic book caricature of everything that they've been told their whole life to hate. He's fucking Skeletor and Magneto. Well, no, Magneto is considered good to most people. Skeletor and Apocalypse and Zod from Superman and, the Green Goblin, all mixed into one. He's a moron and a super genius at the same time. He has to be. Because that's what they've been told. And if they're wrong, what else are they wrong about? And then what? Then you might have to think for yourself. We can't have that. No, better to just trust the institutions and leave them do the thing. Trust the science. Trust the experts. 51 former intel agencies told us that Hunter laptop story was Russian disinformation. That has to be true, they told us. And then once it's definitively proven it wasn't true, well, they said it had the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, which it did. And perhaps it was still tampered with. They can't say, yeah, I was wrong about that. Holy shit. It's pretty bad. You know who I haven't thought about in a while? You know who I like? Sonsol. Remember Sonsol? Good guy. I think Sonsol, I could be wrong, I'm just guessing. I think he got a girlfriend, and I think he got a real job, and I think he has a life. Good for Sonsol. He was a likable guy, and I enjoyed Sonsol. But remember when he told me that it was debunked that COVID came from a lab? Not that it was likely not the case, but it was debunked. Remember when he told me that? Debunked. Sonsol's still doing YouTube? Okay, cool. Remember that? It's like when Pisco tweets out, the debunked Burisma story. Really, debunked. Debunked. Because he says so. Do you think for a second that someone like Sonsol is going to say, holy shit, I was wrong, that wasn't debunked? My God, they censored people over that. I doubt it crosses his mind. That's the sort of shit, if I was that wrong about, it would eat me up. I'd at least have to address it. All of this shit, again, what separates my wrong from other people's wrongs is, where has my wrong been? The government should force you to do X. Whoops, I was wrong. Show me. I'm not saying it's never happened, but show me. When have I done that? My wrong could be things like this. I personally don't think the vaccine is net helpful to young people. But you should have every right to choose to take it if you want. Talk to a healthcare professional that you trust. Make the best decision for yourself. Oh, Rob, let's say I'm proven to be wrong on that. Okay. It's not good to be wrong. But my wrong wasn't, I believe this so thoroughly that the government should force this upon you. And I said it at the time. Like, in fact, one of my anger with Tiberius D is, Tiberius D, and many, many, many others like him, but he stands out as a supposed right-winger, they had these prescriptions. You should be forced to be vaccinated, or you shouldn't be allowed to work. Okay, how confident are you that that's the right decision? Because if you're saying the government should force it into you, then you have to be supremely confident. Where's your evidence? Let's see the evidence that you came to that. You're literally talking,
I remember I did that one debate panel, and the one guy, he claimed he was a libertarian. He said the government should strap down people and force that needle into them against their will. That's what they should be doing. Libertarian told me that. A self-professed libertarian. What if it comes out, hypothetically, what if it's definitively proven and the vaccine manufacturers are forced to come out and admit, hypothetically, YouTube, I'm just saying hypothetically, but let's say that you said that, fuck, let's take the pandemic vaccine out. Let's say a new disease comes, right? We'll call it the L disease. Here comes disease L. And a new vaccine comes out for L, and it's experimental. And you say they should strap you down and force that fucking needle in you. And then 6 months later, the vaccine manufacturers go, "Hi, guys, you're not going to believe this, but turns out that vaccine's killing way more people than it's helping." Do you think the person that says, yes, we should hold them down and force them to take it, what is my bad gonna, is that raise the level of, oh, yeah, my bad, my apology, my mistake. Sorry I forced the death of your loved ones by forcing them to take an experimental drug that they didn't want. My bad. Ha! I advocated for lockdowns and then you lost your livelihood. My mistake. My mistake. I said the government should force you to not go to work. And we all make mistakes, right? Oh, well, bygones be bygones. Right. My mistake is, here's my personal opinion, but you should have the freedom to choose for yourself. Your mistake was the government should force you to do X. I'm trying to rack my brain. Are there things like, I guess me being wrong would have to be like, I think the government should make something illegal, right? So it should be illegal to do heroin. And then it turns out that heroin's actually really beneficial, hypothetically. I have to eat a lot of shit then, right? Because I said the government should force you to not take that. But even that's not as bad. That's still bad. That's still very bad. Right? Like, imagine if I came out and said the government should not allow people to drink raw milk, which I wouldn't say that, but let's say hypothetically I did, right? And then it turns out raw milk's really beneficial to you. That's bad. But you know what would be worse? If I said the government should put a fucking funnel in your throat and force you to drink pasteurized milk. And then the government did that, and it got a bunch of people sick and they died. That'd be way worse. My mistakes are like shit, like, I mean, I don't even know. I can't think of like big things I've been wrong with like that. That's right. I wouldn't say it. That's what blows my mind about the whole COVID shit. That's the seminal question that I ask these people all the time, and none of them could they all think I'm unreasonable for asking this, which says so much about them. Is I'll say, did you support lockdowns? Did you support vaccine mandates? And if they say, yeah, I say, can you show me the evidence you were looking at the time that led you to that conclusion? Once you force the coercion of people to do something against their will through government force, that requires a hefty burden of your certitude. That means that you had to be up on the fucking data. And you were like, here is why I'm coming to this decision. Here is my well thought out reason. Because I would never on a whim say, I think the government should force you to do this crazy shit. I wouldn't do that. I might say my hunch is it would be good for you to do this, but I haven't researched it enough to think that it comes near the level of the government should be able to force you to do it. And so when I say, what is the data you were looking at? They're like, I don't remember. I don't know. I was like, I'll tell you what you're looking at. Dr. Fauci told you. CNN told you. You said trust the fucking side. That's the type of person you were. You didn't read no fucking study. You said those people were experts and that's what they told me. Good enough for me. And how convenient. Because later, if it turns out they weren't true, oh, don't blame me. I was just listening to the experts. Convenient. Did that work in Nuremberg? All right. Debate business tomorrow. I don't know what time the debate. Anybody know? 9 o'clock debate? Trump versus Biden. I will not be streaming during the debate. There is a chance I will just stream before the debate, and I'll certainly stream after the debate.
So should be in all my platforms, but I'm not even going to try to fucking even go through the MCAs and getting my channel brought down so I could talk over Biden and Trump in the debate when really you want to hear Biden and Trump. Not even going to go through it. So 8 p.m. Central. Don't give me a Central Time shit. 9 p.m. real time. Get on board with Eastern Time or eat shit. So 9 p.m. So yeah, presumably it goes an hour and a half. So I'll probably be streaming around 11 o'clock tomorrow night. I'll give my thoughts real quick. What do I think about the debate? I understand Trump's rationale that he came out, which was they intentionally set the stack such that Trump would say no to the debate. So it has to be on CNN, and there have to be certain breaks, and the mic has to be set up this way, blah, blah, blah. So they expected Trump to say no, so that Biden's team could go out with the media and say, see, Trump's a coward. He doesn't want to debate me. So Trump shocked them by saying, sure. I think that it's a very difficult situation for Donald Trump tomorrow night for a litany of reasons. One, I think that the momentum is on his side right now. Now, it won't remain that way. There will be scandal after scandal. You won't believe the corruption that we will see in 2024 that will make 2020 look like child's play. The ballot harvesting's going to be off the chain, just to say one little thing. Not to mention scandals, media reports, et cetera, that we'll see. Censorship that's going to come. I'm sure I'll start getting YouTube strikes again here shortly. Anyways. But he has the momentum right now on his side. And I think that as such, the debate is something that could shift that momentum theoretically more towards Biden. I don't know how well Trump could just eviscerate Biden in the debate. And that moves the needle to a big degree for Trump. With one exception. And that exception is Joe Biden has an Alzheimer moment. Which is entirely possible. Which is why Trump really wants to take the debate. Because anytime that you force Joe Biden unscripted in front of a national audience, there is a solid chance he literally shits his pants, passes out, falls over. The problem for Trump is that's the worst thing that could happen to him. That's actually the worst thing that could happen. 10 minutes into the debate, Joe Biden falls over backwards, shits his pants on stage. That's the worst thing. How you'd say. Nail in the coffin for Biden. Exactly. That's exactly why. Because if that happens, they'll replace Biden. And then Trump has less of a chance to win. Of course, they're going to have Biden drugged to the gills. Of course, Biden knows the questions. Of course, Trump's not debating Joe Biden. Trump's debating Jake Tapper and Dana Bash and Biden's team behind him. But it's interesting. It's interesting to be in a position where you have to win, your goal's to win, on a scale of 0 being losing and 100, the most crushing debate victory ever. You're shooting for a 65. You don't want to win too much or they'll replace Biden. You don't want to lose. You know you're going in against a stacked deck. Does Trump have the discipline? It's very difficult. I don't envy Trump's task here. I think I could do it, but I think I'm a fantastic debater. Trump has to thread the needle of debating moderators that are going to be shutting off his mic, that are going to be in the bag for Joe Biden. But he also has to come across as not firing the first shot and sounding petty. Right? So if he just comes out in his opening statements like, fuck CNN, that's not going to look good to moderates or to independents. He needs to let Dana Bash and Jake Tapper lie about him first or cut him off or something and then respond in kind, right? He can't make the focus of the debate be him and his ego. He has to focus on how bad Joe Biden is. They're going to be like, you're a convicted rapist. You're a felon. And it's shit that any human being's going to want to push back on. He's going to say, it's all corrupted, stacked against me. That's not the best answer. That's part of the answer. You didn't accept. Don't you still think the election was stolen in 2020? Trump needs to tell the truth, but he needs to also know how to spin it to an audience. Yeah, I think there were a lot of shenanigans in 2020, and I think as time goes on, we'll start to see more and more of that come back. But I'm not here to relitigate 2020. The fact is, unless we secure the way our elections are going forward, either a Republican or Democrat or anyone in between will be able to have undue influence in our elections. Beyond that, even getting on to the abnormalities of the 2020 election, it's clear we have a broken system where people that are sort of old guard establishment type people have an advantage. People in Republican and Democratic Party. They don't care about the average constituents of this country. It doesn't matter if you're struggling in Appalachia, you're struggling in the suburbs, or you're struggling in the inner city. These people in government do not care about you. That's ultimately what the threat I represent is. They've rigged the game in a million ways to make sure that someone that's an outsider that actually cares about the American people doesn't have a chance to be effective. So when we talk about the problems of the 2020 election, of course, it upsets me because I feel I was personally aggrieved and wrong. But what I see it more as is a symbol that this country in a litany of ways has a political class that does not care about the average people and thinks that your concerns are unwarranted and you need to know your place and shut up. That's the answer. That's how you say the election was stolen. I still believe it, but there's a bigger story here. That comes across as not sounding selfish, not sounding petty. It sounds more magnanimous. That's the sort of things he should be doing. Hunter Biden. He's going to want to bring up Hunter Biden. Don't play into this Hunter Biden is a drug addict, woe is him. Look, I know there's been a lot of talk of Hunter Biden, but here's the important things you need to realize. Hunter, unfortunately, was someone who was struggling mightily with a lot of problems, and we can understand that. Almost all of us have someone in our life that have struggled with things like that. The real villain in this story is his father, who sent Hunter out as his bagman, dealing with hostile regimes all across the country that were getting access to the big man who was getting 10%. Hunter was forced to play this role so that he could sell access to his father, who then did things like force the firing of a prosecutor that was looking at his son's company. A crime of which they impeached me for having the ability to say that it should be investigated. I feel terrible for Hunter Biden and his addictions, and I hope that he lives a long, healthy life and gets a lot of help for it. And he's looked a lot better when I've seen him publicly now. But the corruption of Joe Biden has run rampant for more than 40 years, from plagiarism to lie after lie to selling access. And now, unfortunately, he has such cognitive decline that he's not running his own administration. It's instead being ran behind people behind the scenes that you didn't elect. That's the story. Don't play into this Hunter is the victim narrative. Yeah, I feel bad for his addiction. Absolutely. That's not what it's about. It's about his father forcing a person that was having the troubles of Hunter Biden into these positions. Now, I don't know who's coaching Trump. They should hire someone like me, shouldn't they? But, you know. And it doesn't matter how well you're coached in the heat of the moment, right? It's even something that I am someone who's done debates in a litany of different ways. It's something that's hard. One of the things that's very difficult is when someone constantly interrupts you. It's hard to keep a coherent thought. It really is, no matter how practiced you are, you know? So if you start to, and that's one of the reasons, like, I'm not saying I never interrupt people, but you can see people that debate me frequently, like a Pisco or someone, even Destiny's admitted this. The last time I talked to Destiny, he's like, hey man, you let me interrupt you too much. Like, you should be a little more assertive. And I was like, well, that's because I was doing your show on a request. It's a little different if we're having a debate with a moderator. But it's a way that you could muddy the water. If you're debating someone that you're worried's better than you, that's something you could do. Every 3 seconds interject. Just keep doing it. Because it's going to make them sound worse. It's hard to keep your train of thought. So, the old Mike Tyson, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. Trump could have a plan going in there, but once they start shutting his microphone off and Jake Tapper and Dana Bash start saying, you're a liar, sir, that's not true, we're fact-checking you in real time, how do you react in that point? And I think that a disciplined Trump, it's difficult to say. Trump can be disciplined, but he needs to have a little bit of the he needs to have fire, he does, but he needs to be disciplined as well. And, I think a disciplined Trump is one that has to stick to this message. It's not about you, Trump. It's about what you represent. That's what his focus should be. So, but I think it's a lose-lose for him, Had he backed out of the debate once the ridiculous stipulations about we could shut your microphone and all this shit comes up, he looks like a whiner. If he doesn't accept the debate in the first place, he looks like a whiner. If he wins too much, it's bad because they'll replace Biden. So he's put himself in a position where Jake Tapper and Dana Bash will be the two people he's debating. Dana Bash will be worse than Jake Tapper, by the way. I'm predicting that. But, let's not forget the first debate Trump had with Biden last time. I thought he came across as too unhinged. I didn't think it was as bad as other people claimed, but it certainly was the worst debate performance I'd seen from Trump. He needs to be funny, aloof. So yeah, that's a problem though. We're not the audience, right? Trump's not moving the needle with us. Trump's audience is people that hate him or that really didn't like him, that now are like, man, this fucking Biden administration sucks. Maybe Trump's not as bad as I've been led to believe. Let's tune in. That's the audience. And if he comes in and he's like, fuck CNN, does that help with that audience? I don't think so. If CNN starts in, well, we're going to fact check, blah, blah, blah. If I'm Trump, I say, like when Donna Brazil from CNN gave the questions to the debate to Hillary Clinton before I debated her, or like when how many people from your network and others in debates and others routinely interrupt me to tell me how wrong I was about the Hunter Biden laptop that turned out to be totally true. Or the Charlottesville hoax that my opponent decided he was going to run over the lie that I said Nazis were good people, which was a lie, which even Snopes has had to reveal this week. Better late to the party than never, right? But please, go on. Gaslight your audience once more so that we can fact check you 4 years from now and find out you were wrong again and you won't accept any culpability. Jake Tapper, right now, will you admit to being wrong about the Russia collusion hoax when you had people like Adam Schiff come on routinely and say they saw evidence of me being a puppet of Vladimir Putin? Will you admit that you were wrong about that? Will you admit that you were wrong and your network was wrong when you said that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation? Are you willing to admit that? And if you are willing to admit that, will you admit that perhaps you're wrong when you're fact-checking me right now, telling me what I'm right and wrong about, if you've been wrong so many times? And why is it that you being wrong only seems to go in one direction? Why is it that when the New York Times and CNN and MSNBC turns out to be wrong about these huge stories that claim that either I'm a liar when I say that there's obvious evidence of corruption of the Biden family and that I'm working with Vladimir Putin, or that I'm working with Vladimir Putin to win the election, why is it that you never get those stories wrong in the other direction? Isn't that odd? So, Rob Aftershock 2028. Dude, that was my pitch when I was running in the special election in 2019. I was like, listen, this vote means nothing. We already knew what the House was. One more Republican House vote wasn't going to change one policy getting passed. But culturally, wouldn't you love to see me on Jake Tapper's show? Wouldn't you love to see me getting interviewed by Rachel Maddow? That's why you should vote for me. Then if you think that this seat's important for policy next year, fine. Vote for the policy guy. I think my policies are sound. But again, if we already know the Republicans don't have control of the House in 2018 to 2020, the special election in the middle of the session, it's not going to move the needle on anything. So put me in there. Culturally, I'll move the needle. Then we'll win more in 2020. All right, let's find someone to raid, and I'm out of here. So I know I stayed late tonight, but I feel bad that I haven't been streaming much, so wanted to find me on X. Yeah, sorry, Project. Does my link need to change? That's probably true. What an idiot. Check me out on X, Twitter, at Norma. It is different now. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I'll get that fixed. Anyways, let's raid someone on Twitch. Oh, my goodness. Oh, here we go. I'm going to sign in. Enter code. You know what? Oh, fudge. It's two-factor authentication shit. Oh. All right, let's see who we raid. From Hell Pickle. Sounds good. All right. So I'll be late tomorrow night after the debate. You should see me on here unless something crazy happens. If so, then you'll see me Friday. But that's the plan, to stream after the debate tomorrow night. So hopefully it's a good one. Like I said, perhaps I'll stream before the debate too. I can't guarantee that, but we'll try real hard to do it after the debate. So, direct message, friend, pending. Sure. Hi, friend. All right. Let's get rid of that. All right. Thank you all so much. Sorry I got a little pessimistic there for a bit, but trust me, I'll be in a better mood tomorrow. So, all right. We will see you all tomorrow. Enjoy this raid of From Hell Picho if you're on Twitch. The rest of you, thanks so much for everything. See you all tomorrow. As always, have a good one.